live stream audio and video is live. Is that loud enough?
Yeah, here you go.
Audio and video is now being captured live via YouTube. Thank you.
Sounds pretty good through the camera microphone. Decent.
It's audible.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Hopefully once everybody's kind of quiet and the main source.
Do you have any coffee?
I'm not sure. I saw some beverages like over there, but I don't know if it's coffee or anything.
So who is the audio human?
That would be me,
So
I
do
guess.
you want to mic up maybe?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was your
No, I just had a question.
I kicked it off. Yes. Outside. Did that work for you?
They did use minimal AV, like builds a PowerPoint, but we did a lot of this stuff on the levels. Yeah, it's I know. And so just thought we should and things like communication, you know, so how is it?
Someone asked me earlier, he said, I don't know yet because this week has been so busy, but I'm sure it's one of the crashing down next week. But she's still around, so she's doing what we're nothing for her.
Is she?
Yeah.
I think that sounds good, thank you.
Yeah. And there's a few things that she had going on that she felt interested. That's okay too, right?
Pretty darn incessant.
So she appears once, ever since her time, she's appeared once or twice. After the 30 days. That's already.
Because to me, aside from her other stuff, she's I can always tell when
Yes. Yes. Skills.
Not all there, you know?
Communication.
And sometimes you can't tell them.
Yeah, we're working with associates.
and so
It just started Friday. So 30 days was extended it. We'll go through some assessment, some from there, they will be the Central Center, and then it's fun. Second guy, yeah. Yeah. So, but our second guy didn't work out, so he's back home. So we're still working on plan B for him.
Everything's so far so good, yeah. Oh, okay. 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 I guess it's very weird. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll call you just so you know this is my number. My name is Stefan.
Yeah, so I had texted Marianne last night to try and, coordinate around the times.
Okay.
She just said you were with other people all the time.
Okay, yeah, here I am.
Great to have you. And is it Stefan?
Yeah, Stefan, S-T-E-F-A. And what was your last name?
Crimes, like dirt for
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
This is very exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
Yeah.
First time we go live.
Yeah. My computer, of course, decided to die this morning, so.
Oh, that's who's there?
Yeah, yeah. Something has to not go quite right. But yeah, everything's pretty straightforward and working pretty well, so I think we're in good shape for today. So.
You know where the restrooms are?
Yeah.
Food, water, there's a session for refrigerators in there.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, good deal.
Anything you might need.
I think I'm all set, yeah. And, yeah, no video system, just audio, so real straightforward. So I think we should be good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Take care.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. You know, so a very welcome to building. Thank you to everybody for being here this morning. We're about to embark on our deep dive. This is the first stab at what we're going to try to learn together as a group. And so, with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah.
Just real quick this morning, I'm Don Gurley, Director of Water Management. Just want to welcome everybody to our new facility. We're really excited about this building. Not just for water management, but the whole city, with all the training rooms. The building is set up to handle emergency operations. We're going to do a new fleet maintenance facility in the back to help our fleet operations across the city. There'll be a new wellness fitness center here as well for all city employees. The building is LEED silver, and we hope to have, once the components are in, we'll have the EV charging stations around the parking lots. And if you notice the storyboards up front, you'll see we have a nice clean roof line. That's hopefully within the next year or so. We'll have a very large solar array on top of it. Yes, the building has geothermal, heating and air conditioning, 500 or 283 wells, 500 feet in the ground, heats and cools the building. Once the building, the frame of the building went up with the roof and the panels that were trucked in off-site to build the building. During construction, no windows, no doors. The building was about 15 degrees cooler in the summer and about 15 degrees warmer in the winter. Before it was encapsulated, before the end of the introduction because of the installation in the building. So, we welcome, if you have time after your workshop today, welcome to give you a short tour, a long tour, whatever you'd like, or arrange a tour later on. But welcome. It's a tremendous facility, and I'd love to show it off to all of you. So enjoy your day. Let us know what you need.
Thank you. We ready? Yeah? All right. Good morning. Okay.
Just very quick, I forgot two things. One, right down the hall on your right as you head back towards management is a water cooler in case you want some water. If you need to fill up any of your containers. And also restrooms are right across the hall. Okay.
Thank you. I don't know. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be in this beautiful space. Thank you, Don. I want to start us first by introducing myself. I'm Mamie Webb-Bledsoe, and today I am being assisted by Barbara Lau. The two of us tend to work together from time to time, and we're glad to be here. As you heard first from Elaine, today we want to do a little deeper dive into the topic of housing. Housing means a lot of different things to people. And when you think about it, it could be affordable, it might not. It could be about land, it could be about codes, it could be about a lot of things when you're dealing with the city of Durham. So today, I have been asked to do two things. One is to help facilitate a 5-hour session with you around this topic. and at the same time, begin to create some ways in which you can work collectively together as you think about this topic and its broad implications for your work moving forward. So welcome everyone, and I want to tell you a little bit about what we're going to do today. We're going to use an activity called a wall of wonder. That activity makes certain assumptions. One, that everyone that's participating in the room has wisdom. Everyone. In many ways, you operate separately, meeting with people, understanding issues in your own way. We want that shared knowledge to be something that is a collection of all of your shared knowledge to create an understanding at a baseline in terms of what our housing story is for Durham. What does that look like? And we're going to use this wall to make a visual representation of that story. So everyone has wisdom. Everyone's wisdom is needed for the wisest result. We also are assuming that there are no wrong answers. What you bring to this is so important. And as we work and practice working together, as we share our knowledge and build our story, we like to think that we all have something to offer. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So each of us, as we bring that, we are looking at the whole. And everyone will have an opportunity to hear and be heard today. As your facilitator, it's my job to make this easy for you so that you're not worried about the time, so that you are concentrating on what you want to focus on, and that we will focus on it together in different ways. You'll be working in pairs today. You'll be working collectively today, all in an effort for us to learn from one another. There is a statement on the back of your name card. Can I have someone read that out loud? If you can, the text is not too small.
Making mental connections is our most critical learning tool, the essence of human intelligence, to forge links, to go beyond the given, to see patterns, relationship and context. Marilyn Purdy.
That's what we're going to do today. We're looking for linkages, connections, ways in which our work blends. It's all related. Everything impacts and it's related. So we're going to talk about what we see as our important elements of that story around housing. We have some aims today. And by that I mean we want to try to enable you to reflect on your journey. And we're going to talk about it as it relates to a period of time from 1980s to 2040. We're also going to explore what has shaped your journey and brought you to this current position. So you'll notice that we have some past, we have some current position, and we have some future thinking. And when you think about future, We're asking you to be creative, think out of the box as it relates to what you understand the question to be. All right. The other aim is that we also want to empower you as a result of our conversation together, as we begin to think about what it is that we've been creating in Durham, what was our intentions, but also a place for you now to be excited about what you see in terms of the future. By us working together today, we hope to create a map, a visual display of what it is that we see our story to be. Barbara is going to offer up a passage from Polly Murray's book, Proud Shoes. We chose this because this is an individual and a family that grew up in Durham, in Southwest Central Durham. And we think it's not often that you have someone that can describe what it's like growing up in a neighborhood or a community on paper, in a book. We're blessed in Durham to have a book that kind of describes that. So I'm going to let Barbara set the tone and the context for the day by offering this message.
Thank you, Mamie. So one of the other hats, as many of you know that I wear, is I work at the Polly Murray Center for History and Social Justice. And this is a quote from page 25 of Proud Shoes. Just a reminder, this book was published in 1956. So there's this sense of the enduring nature of what Polly Murray is describing here, talking about their grandfather and quoting from their grandfather, Robert Fitzgerald, who, as many of you may know, was an educator who came to the South after serving in the Union Army and Union Navy to fight what he called the Second Great War, the war against ignorance. Quote, "Always have your own little patch of ground and your own house, if it's nothing but a shack," unquote, I was taught. It took grandfather 20 years to achieve it. He lost his brick business and most of his land. This was due to an injury suffered during the war. But he held on to 1 acre and built his house on it. He and grandmother often went without food to pay for it and keep up the taxes. To his family, it was more than a home. It was a monument to grandfather's courage and tenacity. There was something solid and indestructible about grandfather's house. It wasn't very large. It had only 6 rooms. And it wasn't nearly so fine as his brother Richard's house. But it was free and clear of debt. And grandfather had supervised the laying of each board and brick and shingle, although he could see the work only through his fingers. It is as if he had built himself into the structure, for it had his stubborn character.
As his stubborn character, when you think about your home, your place that you call a house, a home, what does this passage stir for you? Think about it. A home is a part of one's personality. It makes good citizens when they have shelter and it's safe. And I think that's what we all are trying to accomplish. And I'm thinking that we just need to think about what is it that our common values and interests produce over the years to allow citizens to have their own land, to build, to create a house that they can grow and develop in. That's all of our wishes for all of our citizens, to relieve society of homelessness, right? We think about it in terms of what does that mean for everybody But we can't know about the future without understanding the past and understanding how the world, Durham, and the state impact our citizens and impact our decisions. I leave that with you as you think about what events, what policies, what campaigns, what people have been involved in our housing story. What things, places have we changed to create our story? Because we know we want to house people and engage people in such a way that they're part of this vision, that we're addressing the issues of affordable housing, the issues that surround decent, safe place for anyone to live. So let's start first by thinking about that. If you would take out a pencil and a piece of paper, and you can use your little half sheets. Take your pencil and a piece of paper, and we want to talk about, each you two, think about events and policies, innovations, people, creative actions that have shaped our history and participation in our local housing development. Just housing, okay? Not just development, but housing. What are some of those things? I want you to individually now think about that and write 5 or 6 answers to that question. You have a long period of time that we're working with, so it can be anything that applies to this period. So let's just individually brainstorm what events, what policies, what people, what activities, what actions, what campaigns, whatever wording that fits for you. Write about 4 or 5 items. I do. I'll make sure. Islands, and they don't just happen to be in Durham. Could be something at the state level. Could be something that has happened in the housing industry. But what are those events or policies or innovations or people, creative actions that have shaped our history? Some of those things. Each of you has some ideas in your own way. And if you finished a little faster than the rest of your group, keep adding to it, because you're going to use this information. Five or six things, as I see you start writing, you'll move on. But right now, think about what's key to you. What's coming up, what's percolating. All levels, federal, state, housing, industry, the city firm. What are those things? All right, guys, everybody have about 5 or 6 items now, or more. Good. So I'm going to break you up into 3 groups. This 3 right here. Okay. You two, so you don't have to really move. Elaine, if you want to, someone can move them, yeah. But let's make it enough room so that you don't have to hear each other. There's also some room over here. We have some workstation over here if that works for any of you. All right, so. Yes, I asked you to brainstorm. I want you to work your minds around what it is that you think are valid and important in events or people or codes or policies. We're asking you to write about that. And the way in which I need you to write on this board, let me explain it. We have 3 levels. We're going to start with the federal and state level first, and we're going to look over these years. I'm going to ask you to write on some half sheets in a little bit, in big block letters like that, 3 to 6 words a card, and 1 event per card. 1 whatever per card, okay? And then I'm going to want you to work within your group to come up with 8 to 10 items together. Nestle your pair. Here's your instructions. You're going to share together what you have come up with individually. You will also then listen to each other and come up with specific items that you would write on either yellow cards or green cards or blue cards. And I'll tell you which cards you're going to be working with that holds your idea or your event about what it is that you are writing about. Okay? And then at the bottom, I will ask you to provide a date and a time. So let me give you an example of that. Let's use, I'm going to use the color green for the city of Durham, for example. And in 2010, one of the things that you might notice is that rent increased negatively that impacted long-time residents in 2010, as an example. So when you begin to develop your cards, 8 or 10 cards from each group, you will then write a card similar to that of your event or your activity. Everybody clear about what you're being asked to do? Okay. So you have 20 minutes now to sit with each other, talk about what you came up with. It might help if you, as an individual, star your 3 major ones that are important to you. And you can start with those and then fill in the blank. Each year has 10 years in there, so you got plenty to work with in terms of time. But think about it. The way that school has changed during this time period, it has become housing. Think about other examples. What happened in McDougal Terrace? Examples of events that have affected and impacted housing. Think about those things. Create a card with a date that you think happened. Now, some of you said, oh, I don't remember the date. You have your phones, you can Google.
Vivian just said it sounded
This is a
quiet on the stream.
cheat. This is an open book test. How about that? Okay?
Hopefully.
The other thing is, and I said
How
this,
many decibels do you think
there's
that was?
staff in the back. And yeah. I see you. And so what I'm just saying to you is that if you also think of ideas or events, I'll be glad to include yours as well, that maybe these people didn't remember. So, I know you don't want to participate and interfere with this group, but everybody's information is important here. Because at the end of this, we want to have a map of our story and what that looks like. Just a basic understanding for us to then leap off that page and create some new stuff. So, everybody with me? Okay. I'm here, Barbara's here, we'll come around, we'll help. And I'm going to put a box of markers and some paper and put it in the middle over there. And I'll come and collect them. Y'all don't have to put your name on it. And we'll figure out how they get into the mix as well. Okay? So more information with that. Everybody clear? All right. Let's take this 20 minutes to kind of do that. Feel like you need to move around, do whatever you need to do. That's fine too. We're not going down yet. We're doing, and the very first thing, guys, will be federal and state. We'll be working down. Federal and state will be the first. Yeah, let's do oh, these are federal. City. Yeah, really? Okay, we can do it.
sort of say,
Yeah, I hooked to monitor levels with my computer and it just died this morning, so I'm trying to connect it on an iPad. Okay, thank you. Sure.
How's it going?
Question. So on my screen, these are
Oh wow, that's showing the histogram showing up. Oh, that's weird. But that was only with the when the windows were.
so if you look up there, you can see it on that paper.
Wow. Huh.
So
Okay.
that's why I don't.
Alright,
It's not,
yeah.
it doesn't bother me. I'm just like.
Yeah. No, appreciate that. Thank you.
So it's still going on. I said 2000 to the future. But my observation is someone who downtown, I live in and right next to Central Park. And at one corner of this, you move right next to Central Park, it's found to be near Central Park. And the number of people in the building that want to think about what's at Central Park. And I keep saying, so gentrification, like 2000 to the future. But if you want me to get rid of future, I can do that.
Yes, sir.
Takes an XLR signal, takes it like a stereo. So if you have any needs, what you can do is plug in an HDMI from here and have video from the cameras. I'll make that suggestion.
So that takes the audio signal and converts it into HDMI.
Yeah, so it takes the audio signal and delivers it on HDMI, so it's going to help connect HDMI with the analog inputs. So you can put one in each of these rooms, maybe have kind of split off from the camera feed and just have it constant.
So what's the input? The input is...
So it's the HDMI, so it'd be the camera feed for the units, and then the inputs, analog audio, third wire, it's balanced audio basically, and it's HDMI with audio. It's pretty nice. We got one in each of these and have one for every room, so in case you need to plug in, just be plugging the HDMI in there.
So I have to run the I run the camera. What's the chain? Oh, I'm trying to figure out the chain. Because you come out from the system.
So the camera feed right now is HDMI in the computer. So basically you take a second feed of that, go HDMI into that little box.
So I put my camera into the...
You wouldn't, I mean, if you wanted to use the system camera, you would need to just, you could just use the system camera. If you wanted to use your camera, then we just have the same thing. Basically. So we could have one of each. Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, I can show you like a drawing or something.
Yeah, totally. And then we'd still use the box canister.
Yeah, we'd still use the box canister. Yeah, so we give you options basically.
Let me say,
So, I mean,
you need to list what you imagine. Push yourself to think about each of these levels all the way to the end. Could possibly, as you think about it in terms of right now.
I was actually into the person who's helping me out.
there was she fine.
I'm just
Which time frame?
I just want to make sure batteries.
No, she's messing with me.
I'm good. Right.
this is
state and federal cards. And then it goes all the way through. So, some cards from some people that are in
It's harder than it looks.
I'll take it. Thank you. Very, very good. See Ms. Graham? Very good. All right, guys. We're going to start with the first set of cards, which will be the state and federal level. These are all blue cards. So if you think of something else that you think we might need to include, you can still write a card if it comes up, and we'll bring it forward for the group. All right, so let's start. I had a few people that did not want to follow instructions, but it was okay. It was okay. It was okay. Just a few. So they started in 1940s, but they feel like this is important because it does affect and impact the community. So, Federal Housing Act in the 1940s, 1949, was one of the first things listed. Mortgage industry deregulation in the 1980s. Imperialism and colonialization in
1492 to
the present. Reparations, 2021-2040. Someone's dreaming, hoping. Mental health system overhaul to include various opportunities for treatment housing. Home ownership opportunities for our most vulnerable populations in 2021-2040. HUD law, evicting felons North Carolina State, 13 years old felony convictions from 1991 to 2000. And while I'm reading these out, if anybody has comments, please feel free to interrupt me. COVID rent assistance, 2021-22. Demodification of all land, housing, and other public goods. Decommodification of all land, housing, and other public goods. 2040. Okay, can you say that a little louder so everybody can hear?
Sure, decommodification means when you take something that is currently a commodity, it's in so that you buy and sold, and turn it into a legitimate public good. So they would be providing this rights to all of the population.
Thanks, Jill. National Rent Control Legislation 2023.
You said dream big.
That's right. $2 trillion in federal investments in affordable and public housing, 2023. We got a lot of dreaming cards. Reparations, $950K for families of former enslaved ancestry, and that's 2027.
Can I put a thing right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you define it? Because no offense to the Haitians, I want the Brits to pay for the or the French to pay for the Haitians, and I want the Brits to pay for the Jamaicans. Like everyone's got to own their piece, and I'm right. I just want to say.
You want to put that out there in the space.
You go international, there's a whole lot more. The British still hold up to the terms of
Green, clean, sustainable build and maintenance standards, 2024. Turn vacant apartments into instant affordable housing, 2022-2023. Obama's foreclosure prevention program, which was in 2016. Housing vouchers fully restored in 2016. Climate change, global, national, local from 2021. Inclusionary housing programs, future, 2022. Reagan's neo-liberal economic policy in the 1980s. Hope 6 program, mid-90s to mid-2000s. Housing is constitutionally guaranteed 2031 through 2040. Universal student loan forgiveness 2021 through 2030. Trickle-down economy in the 1980s. Universal single payers health care 2031 through 2040. Urban renewal, eminent domain, displacement, 1980s. Predatory lending, loans targeting the poor and vulnerable in the 1980s. Healthy housing, 2010. Housing is a Human Rights Act, 2040. Aging population, 2020 and beyond. tax credits, 2023. Can someone tell me what AH stands for? Thank you. Inclusionary zoning allowed 2023. You've heard the cards. Are there any others that we want to add? there's a inclusionary zoning bill failed 2000 to 2001. All right. I need you guys to really take a look at this. So you can get up, walk closer if you need to, but I want you to begin to just look and see what's clustered together, what's been said, what's up there. And then we're going to have a conversation. But I want you to see and look at what you put up there. And if there are any other cards, I take them now. Is that it for you? So based upon what you are seeing now, what's up there, what strikes you? What stands out? Okay. Did everyone hear that comment? It's sparse in the federal area. There's some idea or feeling that it might need to be, could have been more there. What else strikes you?
To that point, I mean, also some of these, you know, you go into some of these big things and like how that played out at the local level. If you think about the whole six program, that was a very devastating program. So,
You want to speak a little bit about that? There are cards up here. Let's just allow the space and the time to talk about it. There may be cards up here that everybody is not clear about or might have questions about or might want to know a little bit more. So talk a little bit about the Hope 6 program and why that was listed.
so I mean, it's a reaction to the federal government basically pulling out of the idea of, you know, the war on poverty and really providing fully subsidized housing. And it was the first kind of program introduced in early in the 90s. And it played out in the community in different ways and essentially pulled out what was subsidized housing, fully subsidized housing built in market rate and not guaranteeing that folks can actually rent it in return. So maybe 500 units for only 4 families that were there before that was happened. And in Durham, that happened. And almost every major city that happened. And it also created a lot of distrust because folks were provided, you know, with told certain things and it didn't happen. And so then, even with the affordable housing law, there's been a lot of concern about, you know, am I actually going to be able to come back to this program? Was it also for displacement? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, guys, I think when you guys are talking, you will need to use a microphone.
So that it's on the
Right.
stream.
So in order to not frustrate the viewing audience, it would be helpful to
We are sorry, audience, so we're gonna try to make sure you can hear. 2007. Thank you.
Back in the 80s, there was really good policy that it was really broad and it affected how the nation, you know, viewed housing through the lens of policy. As we evolved, it's like we had to respond to those broad sweeping policies with specific programs. And it appears that we are the policies we're trying to create, we have the desire to be just as broad, but specifically, it's like we have to piecemeal it. And that is something I'm noticing, just looking at the board here. Trickle-down economics was a behavior in the response to specific programs for different classes or races or demographics.
Nice thoughts.
And this was, last one, just at the last one, the other year for affordable housing development, there's this, the way in which we do affordable housing is actually not about affordability. That's about affordability to develop.
She has her own microphone as well.
It's not about development, it's about housing, about housing.
So, affordable housing development, say a little more, add me a couple of words so that.
Mike's right there. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. All you can do is put it there.
Right, so let's add to the card something about it being, relating primarily to the developer and not the actual individual that's buying.
And I would say there was a special on top line, where they talked about how all these affordable housing developers were meeting in like Costa Rica and saying how you were going to apply for federal funding from the federal government to do affordable housing projects across the country. So that
For them.
Good morning, everybody. One thing that struck me is the fact that government inaction or government action is going to have impact. Even no action is impactful and substantive of government. Sometimes government has to correct the post-its. The intention of the post-its actually came from a good place. I mean, the idea was to do away with the concept of concentrated poverty and have mixed income neighborhoods and varied experiences, but we didn't have a federal right of return. We did not have that, so sometimes governments have to take corrective action. At a local level, the South Side development, Road Hills, was meant to be a good thing, but what we found is that government action actually is added to price increases. So what are we doing now as a government? We have tax assistance programs. We're trying to catch up and correct what government action has done. So sometimes, even the best intentions have impact, unforeseen impacts that you don't anticipate, and you have to be unafraid to exercise government power to correct and admit when we've done wrong and correct. So that's what strikes me, that this is an ongoing exercise. There will be no one policy that will cure all. There will be no one directive from government. That's a constant engagement, that even when we say no, we're saying yes to something. And when we say yes on one side, we're saying no to something else. Always.
And a constant tweaking, because we are continuing to get different kinds of ways in which we are affected or impacted, and we have to think about it in that regard.
I guess for me, in terms of just looking at it, the impact of just a few decisions and how long carried out.
Yeah.
Maybe not been a lot that we've seen in those areas, but the impact and the longevity of it is pretty amazing.
I don't think so.
Another thing I would add is just, I think there's a lot up here under federal policy, and of course we don't have any influence or control over federal policy. We as a city are then asked to mitigate the crises that are caused by decisions that are being made over our head. And we can't actually solve these problems. We can only mitigate the harms that they cause with far less funding than the people who are making the decisions that are causing the harm in the first place. So, I think that we all know, council members and staff and, everybody in the city resources that we have, the, you know, lack of ability to create meaningful regulation, because of, you know, all of the state regulations that, you know, limit local governments from really being able to, you know, make the policies that would be the best for our residents. And then, of course, we have, you know, a lot of federal policies that we have no control over, some of which are, you know, some of them are good. COVID rent assistance, yes, you know, and some of them are good ideas with bad implementation, like post-fix. And then some of them are complete catastrophes, like the Federal Housing Act, and we don't have, you know, I mean, we're just dealing with the consequences of those at the local level, us and our predecessors and the inheritors of these offices. Like, we are not in a position to really solve the issues that are created by everything on this line. And when you're, you know, I mean, you're like, what do you want to happen in 2022 and 2040? Like, if the federal government, you know, listened to us, I think we'd have a really beautiful environment for housing in 2040. And the Biden administration has been doing a lot more than honestly I anticipated them doing, and that I think, you know, a lot of previous administrations have done in a lot of areas, in order to actually provide like material benefit to people in this country. But I don't think they're going to go as far as we would need them to go to actually like solve Durham's housing crisis. I hope that, you know, $2 trillion is like, that's a magic number. That's what's actually needed. I'm hoping the Biden administration will put some real serious money into housing and into, you know, affordable public housing. I think that's a real possibility. So I think we will get some help from the federal government in the next, you know, 10 to 20 years. But again, like, it's never enough. We don't. Social policy in this country is never actually enough to solve the social problems that exist here. We just kind of mediate around the edges and put people in jail. That's kind of the model.
Thanks for sharing. Leon.
I want to add this one to 2030. I wish it could happen now. And I'm titling it All Math Initiatives. One thing I think that's usually missing, but yet assumed, and a lot of these policies is the policies are created to either correct something or provide assistance for someone in regards to housing, but we never talk about how we not have to rely on this. And what happens is we create what sometimes I call the government is a drug. You know, where we created this federal housing, and we created public housing, and we provided assistance because it was definitely needed. But then we created a criteria to where, you know, we made it such a wide gap that if you make too much money, you lose all of these benefits, but in society you have no ability to sustain yourself. And we need to bridge that gap. And we complain about folks that are in public housing for 30 years, but we haven't provided any assistance for them not to be, or we haven't given them an off-ramp. And that's totally missing. So hopefully by 2030 we'll have funding support for off-ramping public assistance.
If you notice, how many of those are state cards? I said federal and state. How many of them, your cards reflect something about how the state as it relates to housing? 2. Do you see that as an issue? 4.
I'm not sure. Could you repeat the question? I'm not sure about those things.
We are putting federal and state cards. I'm asking you to look at that. A lot of that is federal dollars. What's happening in our state?
I can talk about that.
And is there a card we want to add about the state? But I'm just saying, if you notice, y'all don't have, what's that?
State card.
Yeah, well, okay.
I don't know what you left to know.
No, is there anything, see, federal and state? Okay, so, okay.
A year? How long has they been living for this, the health?
It's like a totally absent, almost.
So limiting us to, so limiting the whole state to a few miles and taxation. When is the state?
I don't know if there's an absolute statewide limit. There's a federal allocation for states. And I don't know, there's not a formulaic allocation for it. That's why they open it competitively. Sometimes,
When?
So-
When
when
did they?
did that happen?
When did they set this in motion? So we find out.
I'm sorry, when did they,
When did they set that in motion, so Pete?
the low income high tech credit?
Yeah, between 1980 and 1994. And historic preservation.
So speak to that, DeAndrea, what we're putting up here.
So
That's the tax credit? Is that?
this is actually for the state historic preservation. So essentially, our home finance agency figured that the best way to move this to show that
State tax credits instead of
you have little bit of project all these at the same time.
Just raise your hand.
In this environment, we have such a huge flood surplus because of how much wood it costs to
Did everyone hear that?
And then on the other one, historic preservation. The historic preservation is the same as the report of development of affordable housing. And they take the carry on historic preservation for all of us to preserve the historic sites across the state. So it doesn't necessarily preserve the history as it is.
Bill?
I totally misread it.
It's okay.
I didn't even, I don't think the federal state is acceptable. That would come, every point wizard. But municipal levers right now is, something I'm getting back. It's a state policy that I'm wishful for. I think it's something they can have really soon, but we don't have to go to the rule right now with, the concept of the general assembly. But I think that's specific to the
I think also inclusionary zoning, I see up there is service falls within state purview that probably can allow us to do inclusionary zoning. There's a lot of, usually it's rare that the federal government will send money directly to municipalities, it's usually funnels through the state. So there's a lot of overlap. And those, but certainly inclusionary zoning is something we've been talking about in our relationship with the state for quite some time, and in the domain as well. I mean, NCDOT projects, they can certainly exercise in the domain. Light rail, there's federal money in the light rail, but when we exercise it in the domain, that was state level exercise, of taking land. That's all I said about that. But yeah, so there's definitely, I think, some things that lead over to the state areas up there as well, by virtue of how money is funneled from the Fed, more specifically including the zone.
Thank you, that's all very helpful. This is the kind of conversation we have to start having with one another so that we can continue to share what we know and collectively now map what our story is. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Also, they have the ban on annexation, so the city, not
All right, can someone explain the card we're putting up?
Some of this is memory, but prior to the 1990s, and I'm speaking here specifically about the city of Durham. City of Durham was involved in non-petition annexations or city-initiated annexations. And after that time period, I believe one of the last city-initiated annexations was in the Parkwood subdivision area. And after that time, for local annexations, they became petition only or non-city initiated. So the policy became the city would not annex without receiving a petition from a property owner. That was and that's the current policy that we operate under.
Thank you, Wanda. But you're not
It's on.
Okay, so that's when, if residents objected to a zoning action, they could.
We're gonna give you a mic. Yeah.
So within the last 10 years, the state legislature restricted the ability of local residents to file a protest petition if they objected to a rezoning. And if a legal protest petition was filed previously, that would require a higher percent vote of council to approve a rezoning. But that was eliminated probably 7-8 years ago.
NC ban on PIRP.
Correct. So was it the private proactive inspection rental program?
Proactive rental inspection program.
Proactive rent, I got it backwards.
We're gonna write that on here.
PRIP.
Proactive
The other one.
rental
PR.
inspection program.
You can change my I and a R. Dyslexic.
It's an R here.
PRI.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you.
Thank you. They banned us from going in proactively to inspect the rental unit before it was a problem or before it was put out for leasing.
They actually modified the state statute so that we cannot distinguish between rental and owner occupied, and they reduced the size of the program footprint. So essentially,
There's another statute that predates the time frame that you have here, but I think it's important for council to be aware of. There's a rent control statute that actually prohibits local government from imposing rent control unless it's a project that involves city money.
So here is a card, rent control not allowed in North Carolina, 1987. Is that different?
That statute is way older than that. I think it's from the 1940s.
Okay, would you like to write a card for that? I'll be glad to add it. We've got some 1940s all up there.
Can I ask about the fair housing for the state as well? Is there a board, I know in other states they have boards that actually focus on fair housing. Are we looking? Okay. Do you know when it was implemented in North Carolina?
As we continue to add to our timeline here, are there other activities or events, what have you, that you have forgotten about? And you see it up there, you just had no idea, you forgot. There something up there that you forgot?
So I didn't write it down to put up there, it was not specific to housing, but it had an impact on housing. But in 2002, there was a major legislative policy introduced called No Child Left Behind. And as an educator, I saw how when we stopped focusing and allocating support and resources toward classes that build social skills, home economics, the arts, education, all those things, we started losing that component of the human being to be able to perform in other areas, such as, getting those trade jobs. And, we started focusing on STEM. We even left out the A's of STEM. And when we focused on STEM, it was science, technology, engineering, and math. And those are the jobs that we're seeing present now. But, you look at a chef, and it's hard to find. And those are jobs that produce salaries that could help you afford to pay, for a home. And we're missing those industries in a very valuable way now. So I think about how that contributes to the affordability of housing. In my industry, the restaurant industry, we're considered entry-level jobs. And they pay nowhere near enough for someone to buy or even engage in ownership of a home. And I think that education policy affected the economy, which affected our housing market outward.
Are there any other surprises for you as you look one more time at this federal and state level? Any surprises? What surprises you about the events that you see in the future of this area? Any surprises there? Yes, ma'am?
So I noticed that nothing on the board is like race-based. And even out into the future, acknowledging like if we're not intentional about who we want to reach, we want to talk about BIPOC communities, but nothing says that about what we put on the board, but we talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I think Councilwoman Freeman put her finger on something that, in our country historically, we talk about raising the code. There's rarely federal policy, beyond the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, go explicitly to raise them. When we talk about predatory lending, So we rarely put it in our laws, but their point I think is well made. But yeah, I mean, I see it all in there in terms of looking at the outcomes without the explicit naming of it. That's about as American as apple pie. I think one thing I won't say that surprises me, but as I look at all the stuff up there, there's most of those issues, if not all of them, can be addressed or erased with a whole lot of money. If you have a whole lot of money, you're insulated from a lot of this stuff. So I guess what I'm surprised about is the, I won't say lack of, but how the conversation oftentimes skews towards supply. If we just have a unit for every resident or citizen of the country, but without talking about, does that then mean we're going to maintain it for them in perpetuity? How do they pay their rent each month? How do they keep the lights on? How do they put groceries in their new kitchen that we've just given them? So I guess, more of a conversation, and a number of us I know have been telling this over the years. Once you've got the keys, how do you stay in there? Is the government going to pay your rent forever? Or what about mental health issues and issues with substance abuse that oftentimes war against having a stable place to live? So a lot of these up there, if you've got a millions of dollars in your bank account, these disappear because you're insulated. So what surprises me is that how skewed the conversation goes to supply. Just give them a house, supply the units. We've got to talk about also staying, maintenance, the ability to keep the keys, as it were, and keep the lights on. Not just have a shell, but a shell that's warm and lit. You can watch, Netflix if you want. There's food covered. There's prescriptions in the medicine cabinet in the kitchen. Once you pass the foyer, if you will, what goes on in the house or the apartment afterwards. So that surprised me how this conversation skews so much to supply.
I was also looking at how in the earlier, 1980, year I was born. Like in 1980, is really broad. And then in the 2011, you start to see a dollar figure on these specific programs in response to that really broad, those really broad policies. But I think in the future, we're starting to think just as broad. It's like you go from society change to systems change to society enhancement. And that's what I see happening here. And also when we are looking at these specific programs, like when we think about the data count of America, it's a smaller dollar figure. So it appears that we found ourselves trying to respond in a piecemeal way with little dollars. To me as an individual, 35 million is a lot of money, but when you think about what America can actually do, let someone break out in war where we have interest in oil. We send $6 billion a month. They have us fighting over little peanuts.
All good points. All right, guys. I think it's time for us to leave this level. And let's move to the housing industry. Okay? Those are your green cards. And what's happening in it over the last 1980s through 2040? What's been happening? I will come around and begin to start collecting cards, make sure you have a date, make sure it's clear about what it is that you want to say. And I'm going to add one more card that was given to me. State allows home rule, and that's 2023. H-O-W-E, how? Did I say that right? Did I say that right? You just gave me the card.
Yes. Home rule.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Allow
gonna be looking at the housing industry. Thank you. And let's see what comes up through that. Racially skewed appraisals all time. Agents pushing predatory loans, 1980. Obama home affordable refinance program, HARP. Do we have a year for that? No. Turnkey, Bluefield, Unity Village, and Fisher Heights, I assume you're saying were built, is that? Okay, so, and, okay, that's before, what was that, before the 1980s? That, okay. Bobby Robert houses.
Big kind of
1970s? Okay. Okay, guys, does everybody know what they do? Okay, let's share a little bit.
Y'all help me. Okay, so, Turnkey, Bluefield, Unity, and Fisher Heights was sort of like, all kind of built around the same, they were all kind of built up, I think about the same time. And but they were like housing the last kind of big group of private home ownership housing. I think some of them were built by Durham Housing Authority and some were built by private developers, right? And they were all pretty much all over Durham. You saw a lot of Durhamites being able to, black Durhamites being able to buy homes in all of these kind of areas. Then Bobby Roberts came along, and I believe he built over there behind Hillside, a fairly large development. But they started having structural issues with the housing, and I want to say that was the last kind of private development developer that I can remember that built that kind of like large, expansive housing place that folks could really afford. And I think after because he got a lot of press, some might be some folk indicted, I'm not sure, but it kind of like it went sour, and that was the last time that I remember that we had this sort of large development of moderately priced homes. That's what I
Would you like to share some
Yeah.
additional too?
Yeah.
In addition to Bobby Roberts also did a whole series of condos. We built condos and townhomes. Example is Bentonwood. And they were basically substandard. And so the maintenance on them has been nightmarish with the HOAs collapsing and that sort of thing. Is that what you're
Yes, and again, how does that conversation shape what people feel about the housing industry when they had to deal with these kinds of issues beyond just buying a house? So the question is, how does that help attitudes, encourage when we might have issues around a particular development? Thanks. Liggett and Myers American Tobacco closing in the 1980s. Larissa Seibel and Stephen Hopkins Y'all want to talk a little bit about why their name is on it?
I did that one because they were the first two names that I can remember that kind of stood out in my mind talking in this arena. Around housing issues and affordability. Larissa and Steve, I remember those two folks. We went way back.
Home builders lobby Durham, Orange, and Chat, 1962. Someone wants to comment on that?
Just noting that a lot of policy is usually shaped by the organizations that lobby them. And so home builders, the realtors, you know, have that in there. Like all of these groups have got a jump start in early 60s before we get to the Housing Act. And so they kind of pour, it's almost like watching the suffrage movement pour into the civil rights movement. There's already like a whole organized agenda around how to get what you want out of whatever the policy is. And so there are a bunch of organizations like the Home Builders Lobby.
Thank you. Building energy efficiency standards to reduce carbon footprint, 2011. Redlining, we're going to go 1940s. Oh, thank you. Okay, 5/1 buildings, early 1990s. Speak to that.
One of the reasons you're seeing a lot of these apartment complexes all look the same, not just in their own sort of complexes. It's basically, there's a build-up of 7 stories, maybe 5, so it's big brick building. And then because of the way building standards change, you can put 40 degrees to that building before. Because it will catch fire. And so as things change, it will, some of these materials will, incombustible, which is important for the system. So that it may, a form of building that used to be not allowed much more fuel caution. And in the early 90s, when we started to proliferate, and it's one of the reasons that kind of have this reaction against these practices because they all look the same.
Thank you. For-profit builders, including affordable housing, 2020-22. ADUs and tiny homes, 2020. Real Estate Commission, I'll put that with. With this group. Municipal leveraging on housing policy, 2030. Turnkey, Bluefield, Unity Village, Fisher Heights, 1980s. HBA, strong influence in General Assembly, 2011. The American Dream over income-based housing, 2040. Any other cards? Yeah, you might need to. All of these are without dates, so let's see if it. Sounds like it. North Carolina Apartment Association lobby. GA, who's that? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. General Assembly to stop PRIP 2015. Mixed use, mixed incomes, 1980. Single family, multifamily only, 1980. Anybody want to speak to any of this? We're putting this up. What do you mean by that?
Essentially land use policy that put limitations on how housing could be built in the industry. You know, you kind of could do whatever kind of shack you wanted before then. Build however you like. But all of the kind of parameters, the schools, the certifications, all of Europeanizing of the land and the way that we use land to build housing kind of came into place.
Is there a question about when this happened? You're good. Okay. Leadership in Energy, LEED, Certified Environment Design, happened in 1980s. Mass grading, 1980s. Subdivisions instead of neighborhoods, 1980s. Anybody want to talk to any of those parts?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the suburbs came out of the Federal Housing Act rules around mortgages, and a lot of the racial discrimination initially was, you know, in the building of the suburbs.
Single family, like only, like
Yeah.
go back and find zoning in the 40s around making sure it's on single family zoning.
And I think there, a lot of these things kind of go across the policy in the industry. Like the, you know, federal policy created redlining, and then the housing industry, you know, building practices followed that policy, which wasn't discrimination. Not that, I mean, I don't think that they were like, oh no, now we have to discriminate. It's not like it wasn't profitable for them to do so, but there's a lot of interplay between the industry and the federal regulations and lack of regulation of that industry. So I think a lot of people kind of be losing.
And I think for the most part, the reason I made most of them green is because these are all having impact through the housing industry. So the way in which builders build and the way in which they approach us to do zoning is based on this industry of understanding, not on what is possible. So we can get to the what's possible side of this green card, but I'm ready to get right in these things.
All right, take a look at what we have at the green level. What strikes you?
I don't know that it strikes me, but it just reaffirms that industries will go as far as governments allow them. They'll take whatever, you know, if you give them an inch, they'll try and get the mile. I think it's, I don't know if it was by design, knowing you it probably is, that the housing industry is sandwiched in between the two government entities, because so much of what goes on in the industry is, I mean, I think your point was made earlier with one of my colleagues, you know, redlining is the banking industry as well. Banking and the government kind of, you know, set the context, if you will, with the housing industry. perform. So for me, I think it's a almost poetic that housing industry is sandwiched in between government, because when the context is set and the playing field is established through laws and ordinances and directives, the industry will find ways to game it, to do things to their advantage. And I think a lot of these things here, some of them may appear governmental in nature, and a lot of them, but that's appropriate because the industry is indeed, if not directed, certainly heavily influenced by what we who are in government say you can do and can't do.
What I see is we can identify what's happened and what's wrong, and we don't have a lot of solutions for how we want to see it. And that tends to come out in our behavior on a daily basis.
Agree and disagree with you. I wouldn't say we don't have solutions. I have lots of solutions. I just don't have the power to implement any of them. So I think that it's not necessarily that we as a body or anybody, right, lacks the imagination to come up with the things that we know would solve these problems. It's that we don't have the power to do so because we are, we live under capitalism, we live in North Carolina, like all of these things. And the solutions that we can come up with aren't going to solve the problem. They're going to help a lot of people, and I think they're worth doing, but they're not solutions in any real sense.
I hear that, and I also agree with you in a sense we don't necessarily have the legislative power, but we do have the power of relationships. I do think that, when we have, even in this play space right now, that is really serious dialogue, in our natural behavior, if we have a space for wishful thinking, that's where the solutions go. And these policies came from wishful thinking at some point in time. And when we have the opportunity to do it, then, you're right. The housing industry has conveniently positioned themselves in between the governing bodies and they're called lobbyists, and I just think that there's a lot that has happened, and we as governing bodies have to, we're the ones that are going to create the next ideas and the expectations. If not, then we're going to, be victim of the industry leading us and providing those options for us to govern around. And at some point, we're going to have to start thinking about what policies within our jurisdiction, what policies can we put in place, and also what we want to see in place. I'm just wishful thinking.
I know that one of the things that I'm trying to grapple with and understand is, okay, so, when you had the factories, when I think about the West End, Miami Urban, all of that, you had a lot of black home ownership in a lot of legacy neighborhoods because you had the industries here to kind of push that, and that's when you kind of saw the Unity Villages, the Varsity Heights, the Emery Woods, all of that kind of came, so we were gaining ground in sort of the home ownership. Then when the factories went away, because there were a lot of people there that didn't have, like my father, who, had minimum education, but they were able to go buy a house, and create home ownership opportunities. But when that went away, there was a void in being able to generate, have places where you could work and generate that income. Then once the industry, I don't know whether Barbara Robinson tried to respond to that by creating some other home ownership opportunities, but it's almost like we had this kind of upward trajectory in that, and then all of a sudden, at some point, it stopped, and we started regressing in terms of our ability to own a home. So I just wonder how the government or industry and the housing, it was almost like redlining all over again to a certain extent
Thank you. I mean, I think that's why I put the whole Reagan neoliberal economic piece in there in the 80s. I mean, when you look at definitely affected the black community and other groups more, but if you look at overall wealth in this country and the division of wealth, it just keeps getting wider and wider. And I think now finally, middle class white people are also noticing that their kids aren't going to do as well. And so now it's become a conversation that everyone's having because it's actually hitting in communities that it hasn't necessarily impacted before. But to me, I think that it was the moment, you know, post-World War II, maybe flawed, through the 1980s, there was a belief that, at least in my opinion, government was supposed to work for everyone. And you see that through the war on poverty, you see that through large government spending, you see the implementation of FDR's policies during World War II. And I think that there was actually a shift, and we see it. You can see in the way that the welfare queen, right? The shift in criminalizing poverty again. And that seeps, all of those symbolic and philosophical conversations seep through into policy, and I think that's what we're seeing now. And I think that until that there is like a fundamental shift in how we view government, as we are the government, meaning for a democracy, it's up to each individual to actually participate and create a system that works for everyone. But housing and all of these things, I think, are just casualties of that shift.
So I think the housing market, or the housing industry, has always responded to the workforce industry. That's what I was getting to when you mentioned workforce. And I think it goes back to what I was talking about earlier with, No Child Left Behind. We're now experiencing a larger demographic of people that are in industries that are not appreciated, like where we put our education focus. And if you look at the industries around STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, who and what do they look like? And when you look at today, and the housing market is still responding to the workforce. You have, young, let's look at it in the tech industry, young, predominantly white males that work from home, and the market is responding to that. So you're starting to see more apartments, which are designed for transient populations. Folks that work from home that have the luxury to care about the environment, and the climate. Those are real serious issues for all of us. But for some, it is a luxury to be able to be concerned about those things because you don't have the keep your lights on the next day. That's a real, in-the-face issue. And they get it. They also have the luxury of time of getting involved in different processes of government. And the government begins to respond to the same thing that the industry is responding to, which is really specific to a smaller demographic of people, which ultimately we have this large group of folks that are not being able to afford a home. They end up in public housing, and what do they look like? So I think there are some things that are still consistent in the behavior, and we're just experiencing that now. We just have a whole lot more people in the human capital on our hands than before.
Hello. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's very interesting because in the housing industry, and the conversations around doing container homes, RV parks, trailers, like none of that is involved in this conversation because of how densely we need to build. And if this conversation is about making sure that people can afford homes, we can build affordable homes. If this conversation is about how we build homes so that we build a tax base so that we continue to do the things we want to do, that's different. And if this conversation is about a housing industry that supports, meeting the goals of the city, that's a different conversation. But we have to figure out where we're going because I don't think you can't say that people can't afford homes. People afford Mayan-looking shack, like the shanty, mud-made bricks. That doesn't cost a lot. It costs $70,000 to build a house in Liberia, a building in Liberia, but a house here we're not talking about the way in which our society has put all of these barriers around what people can afford. And so we're not collectively talking about, building 1,000 units across the city. There's no that conflict is not occurring in the same way as allowing developers to do what they do wherever they want to do it. So I'm always perplexed on where we're going because we're just letting other people lead us by the nose as opposed to deciding on what we want to do as a government, as we're the government. We're leading a city of 330,000 people. What is it that we want to do with these tax dollars that we all are making a decision about that supports that? The $95 million was a start. And I knew it wasn't enough, but it was a start. So where are we going with this? Are we really trying to figure out affordability, which is income, or are we trying to build more units? Just more units so we have a bigger tax base to do things with.
I'm going to leave those questions out here. Just a thought, okay?
Sure.
Because guys, now we don't have a completed picture yet. We haven't talked about city of Durham, okay? And we need to talk about the city of Durham and the things that's been happening in it. And then we're going to have our deeper conversation after we get them all up, okay? I need now yellow cards. I'm collecting yellow cards. Make sure you have dates on them. I'll give them back to you. Thank you. You're doing good, guys. We're on schedule. All right. South Side. Investments, rolling hills. Government action increases prices, 2,000. Downtown Durham Inc. Bid district, okay, business improvement district. We'll put the words on there for people that don't know. Neighborhood Preservation Plan, 2022 to 2030. Does somebody want to talk about that? Suburbanization, malls in the 1980s. Displacement, gentrification, 2000. North Carolina Central's expansion, Duke's expansion in 1980s. Fayette Place leveled, 2001 to 2010. All of these items are pre-1980s. History, slavery, redlining, 147. The GI Bill, HUD policy, urban renewal. Downtown Renaissance was 2000 to 2010. 2007, COD identified. COD. Okay. City of Durham identified Northeast Central Durham, Southwest Central Durham, South Side as priority areas. Planning, zoning department reform 2026. DPAC, I assume that's the renovation, okay. 2008. Aging in place tax credit, 2024. Low to no income 2021. Anybody want to talk about family unit policy change? You got it.
So, we actually changed our policy from eliminating it from 3 to, I think, 5. Unrelated people being in one household.
So everyone understands that policy. Got it. Good.
So we increased from a limit from 3 unrelated people being in a household to 5.
And what impacts, how does that impact housing? Can you speak a little bit to that?
Essentially, it was a ban or a barrier for rooming houses, congregate living, frat houses. I hear them.
Source of income ban for housing, 2023.
Stop letting landlords ban, or stop letting landlords make their housing decisions on source of income. So whether they chose their vouchers or social security or housing.
Greenlining city, county planning that supports sustainability, 2024.
Yeah, we need a plan to stop telling people and making sure that our water is going in the right places, whether it's sewer or rainwater.
Uptown housing and economic development ownership plan and program in 2024.
So we have to use uptown in Durham. That reflects a robust community for folks to live, work, and play in a very urbanized way.
Midtown, thank you. Midtown housing and planning affordability study, 2024.
I'm looking forward to starting that plan and making sure that Midtown also has a very economically thriving place for people to live, work, and play.
Downtown revitalization, 1990 to the present. 1987 housing bond, DCLT, habitat, and etc. 1987. Duke partnership with adjacent neighborhoods, 1996. Comp plan update begins in 2019. Current comp plan implemented 2005. Low to no income housing options 2030. Northeast Central Durham Sustainability Initiative happened in 2003. Tuscaloosa Lakewood, what about Tuscaloosa Lakewood? 9th Street Design District 2009. Any other cards? Inter-Neighborhood Council of Durham, Inc. of Durham, 1980s. Community Benefit Agreements, 2022. Mixed-Use Housing and Commercial Economic Development Plan for 2024. And Housing for the Rich, 2023. Okay. Housing for the rich.
know, we tend to only talk about affordable housing, and I understand that's, you know, it's the most need, but I think that we're missing the reality that, you know, there's a lot of high wealth people moving here, and if we don't create space for them in the appropriate space, they're gonna take what's available. And you know, in fact, we're actually generating a system that produces gentrification. And we can yell and cry all we want about the conditions, but as we talked about earlier, our reality is, you know, it's a matter of capacity when it comes to that. And we think that not talking about the fact that wealthy people are moving here is going to somehow, some way fix our problem. And in fact, I mean, look at what's happening to our, you know, our lower wealth neighborhoods. They have, I'll never forget, I was on Angier and Driver, and I saw a lady jogging, pushing a stroller and her dog, and she was working out, you know, and I'd never seen that over there. And there's nothing wrong with, you know, a lady pushing a stroller and, you know, walking the dog, but the fact of the matter is, you know, folks are moving here from California all the time, they're working from home, and they make a lot more money than what the minimum wage in North Carolina is $7.25 an hour. And that is still working in some places like Wentworth, North Carolina. And the folks that legislatively run Wentworth are also making decisions for Durham. And they say it's okay. You know, in Durham, we try to restrict this growth, and it's just not, it's not reality. So my philosophy is we need to create a space so that they don't take what is left, or what we currently have, and displace people.
But I guess my question is, these people who are coming into these six-figure jobs and above, are not really wanting to move in the areas. They're not going to move into the areas where we need to put housing for people who are already here. They're not moving into those areas. They wouldn't.
They are, yeah.
I think you have okay. I would just say that I think that's what Research Trying to Park is doing. And we can try to compete with them. I hear you on that. But I think we have a serious, we have a real opportunity to actually have serious impact on how people who are low to no income have actual housing choices within Durham city limits. As of right now, we are losing all of our low to no income folks to Oxford and Creedmoor and to even Chatham County because they can't afford to live here. And the folks that you're talking about, they don't need any help. They got it. And I hear you saying, like, create a space for them to live. They're going to live wherever they want. They have the money to do that. And that's how the system's set up. So I don't know if we're actually going to get to a point where we can stop them from going anywhere. That's not ever going to happen. They'll take us to court. The General Assembly will vote against us, and that's what's been happening for the last 10 to 15 years. What my main concern is, as a resident in Northeast Central Durham, is how that whole plan for sustainability created like a whole like bed, like a whole new flower bed for gentrification. It was right. They planted the seeds, and created walkways, you made sure there was bus routes. You did everything for the people who were currently there. And then gentrification came in, as you were explaining. These things happened in the 90s. So trying to say that we're not, I don't know if we're not doing it, I think we've tried and it's not working. And so I go back again and say, if I'm in the right direction, we have yet to fulfill it. But we've yet to get into that and actually do it in a way that's comprehensive.
And this is why I was excited about today, because we get to talk about this stuff. The most expensive real estate in any municipality is downtown. And one of the problems with that is, you know, we want to make sure that folks have access to those basic services. So one thing I'm going to put up here also is hopefully one day we can decentralize public services. Having all in one space, having these public services in one part of the town in this most expensive area. And the reality is we don't own a lot of this land, but every single municipality across this country you go in, the most expensive real estate is downtown. And, you know, I'm looking at, you know, how do we create that space to where it's not flooding out, you know? So we have almost like an economic sprawl right now. We have an economic sprawl, and the only leverage we have is through zoning. And we also are not a government for affordable housing. We're a government for, you know, for all people and for housing in general. And that is a reality. That's not a choice we can determine whether we want to invoke or not. So, you know, folks, we can't stop them going wherever they want to go. But the people who can afford to do it are normally going down. And like I said before, the housing market is responding to the industries. And that's why you'll see something like $7,000 a month. There are people that can actually afford it, and I'd rather them go there than go in the middle of, you know, East Durham, and in 2026 when we have a tax evaluation, it raises the taxes or the land value on someone who's owned their home for 30 or 40 years, and now they're getting evicted, not because they can't afford their mortgage or the house is paid off, it's because they can't afford the taxes that have been evaluated up. And that's a reality that we're living in. That's not a preference.
I guess one of the things that I struggle with is I don't know that Durham has a housing crisis rather than they had a affordability crisis. When I think about Leesville Road and those areas, I think they said there are about 14,000 houses built out there. There's no transportation out there, public transportation, so you can kind of guess that most of those households have substantial income. So when you look downtown, and you look at putting more housing, more expensive housing down there, then I couple that with, I think one of the stats that Reggie gave me initially when we were looking at it, we had, at a point in time, it was like 3,000 apartment openings, and of that, I want to say it was like 600 that were at the affordable range. So I don't know that we are having, I don't know that I buy into the idea that we are blocking people out who have wealth by saying, we got to build more for them because they're going to come in and take over, pretty much. I look at the West End and what happened over at the West End when Duke came in. And you know, maybe I'll tell you, I've never really been a fan. I wasn't a fan of Duke. But when they came into the neighborhoods to kind of help those neighborhoods, we were gentrified, but not at some of the levels that we are now. They came in, and a lot of those folks, including my family home, we were able to preserve our property. And there are a lot of homeowners over there, not as many as were, who were able to preserve their housing, and had been there 40 years and more. Maybe her parents' house is over there as well. So I don't know that I buy into, and I can be convinced, because I try to look at both sides, but I'm not convinced that building more and more expensive housing for the rich gives us what we need in terms of trying to make sure that everybody has what they need. Because they're here. They've been here, and we've been building for them. You know, that's you can look all over there. You've been building for them. So how much more do you continue to build when we don't say, especially, you know, with the situation we had yesterday, okay, well, where's your affordability coming in? Where are they going? So who never had their housing stabilized. When you think about a sex offender, there are certain places they can never live.
And we don't have anything.
We don't have anything up there about them because people don't even talk about them. They become invisible. But it's a lot of people out there who cannot live in certain places. And we just kind of dismiss that, and those who have been just as involved who never had the opportunity to have stable housing.
So you may want to put a card up there that says currently no justice involved housing, whatever, with a date, so that it's acknowledged. Whatever you want to use, supportive housing, whatever you think you need to add in the card.
If I can jump in, this is a great conversation. I think, Mary, you place your finger on the nerve of a number of things. One of the things I want to say is that we're not, I don't think, so much battling municipal choices or votes as much as we're battling capitalism and a free market system. And there's no, what city in America is doing it right? What peer city can we point to that says that they've solved this issue because they're dealing with housing? And you raised Duke, and I kind of smiled to myself. Chris Rock once said, black people's relationship with America is complicated. It's like your uncle that paid for you to go to college but molested you. It's very complicated. So Duke has been a wonderful partner in Durham's history, but they pick and choose winners at times. The Crest Street community would have a very different view of Duke's light rail, but on the other hand, Duke gives a lot of money, so it's that kind of complicated uncle relationship with Duke. And I say that with all due respect, the thing about governments, we don't build housing for anyone. We set the environment. We just make policy. And private businesses, we don't put Walmart's places, we don't open stores. Those are business decisions. Housing and stores and businesses follow customers. It's density and customer bases that attract businesses. We as governments really can't do anything about that. What I will say is, when we talk about wealth and rich and poor, I think even sometimes we have this discussion within the intra-black community discussion about wealth and rich and poor and aspiring. And, two graduates of NCCU, who, one may be a captain in the police department or a nurse, who are all looking for their second home. They're trying to build wealth. $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 mortgage. For those two people, their combined incomes, that's what they're aspiring for. Not their first home, but their second home. We have to remember that some of these folks who are in these rents are black people who went to Central, who went to A&T, who graduated from Central's law school, who has an MBA, who has a doctorate. They're part of that aspiring generation as well. So, it's interesting, growth affects all people. For black people downtown, growth has been gentrification. For white folk living out near 70 and Leesville Road, they want to keep their trees. They want to keep their rural lifestyle. So when we say to them, okay, we're going to let you keep your trees and let you keep your rural lifestyle, because for them the impact of growth is sitting in traffic a little longer, maybe hearing horns, sometimes we'll pick winners and losers inadvertently. So we'll say, okay, we're going to preserve your rural lifestyle, even though that's the impact of growth. Meanwhile, downtown, the wealthy folk who don't need our permission to move here are going to take their money. They're going to play in a much more circumscribed playing ground, and the impacts of growth downtown is gentrification. We're not stopping that. We can't stop rich people from pricing folk out of neighborhoods downtown. So on the one hand, there's nothing we can do about that. Out on the perimeter of the city, rural folk who NIMBYism, and not in my backyard, and sometimes NIMBYism gets dressed up and a whole lot of other issues, including ecological and environmental, which that's a whole playbook. So the impacts of growth, I don't want to sit in traffic a little longer. I don't want to wait at red lights a little longer. So we'll preserve that for them. You know, we'll insulate you from the impact of growth. This is what it looks like out there for you. Downtown is gentrification. So one side is still bearing the impact of it, now facing much more wealthier people who want to go to DPAC, who want to go to Duke, who want to work at Duke, who want to work at RTP, who want to work at Google and Facebook. There's nothing we can do about that as a government. So as I said at the beginning, you know, even our no's is a yes to someone, and our yes is a no to someone else. There's nothing we do, active or inactive, that does not have impact. You know, I think back to 100 level economics courses, you know, as an undergrad. All of these things are connected. And if there was one, I think a little humility, I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about all the decision makers, goes a long way. If there was one magic policy or one law or ordinance we could pass to solve this, somebody would have passed it already. And we would have passed it already. I think we're all well-meaning and well-intentioned, but these are hard issues. The passage you read at the beginning from that book, wonderful book, it didn't discriminate between rich or poor folk, or black or white. It said all people should have a place that they are comfortable in and sacred in and find sacred. And I think that's a good reminder. I'm not at war with wealthy people. We have come over a way that with tears has been watered. You know, we aspire for our children to do better than we do. I'm a big proponent of black wealth. I want us to aspire. You busted your butt at Central or A&T or Shaw, and you did what you're supposed to do, as mom and dad say, get them books and study hard. You're supposed to live a certain way after a while. That's what it's supposed to look like. The key is that you don't face barriers because of your race, because of the school you went to, because you're gay, because you're a woman, because of whatever. And I think that's where we've got to lean in. But I want to just, remind my colleagues that growth of our city affects everybody, every neighborhood. And we have to make sure we don't inadvertently pick winners and losers, even though we're well-intentioned, by preserving somebody's bucolic country lifestyle on the one hand, but fueling gentrification further downtown, because they are coming, they got money, and they got dreams, and there's no ordinance we can pass to stop.
And I'm going to let you, do you have another person? Okay, I'm going to let you end this for us, and then I want to just, while she talks, if you would just take another look to see if there's any other cards you wanted to add, and then we will
Thank
end
you.
for lunch.
I really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation as well. And I hear the missing middle conversation. I appreciate how any policy we put forward has impact. And yes, we do pick winners and losers. I think what we can't lose sight of is that housing doesn't sit off by itself. And so, in this kind of current status of where we are with housing, if we don't keep in mind that we have the ability to shape the next 70 years and the next, 7 generations of where houses are built and how systems are aligned, we miss our actual duty as members of this council for this time period. And so, yes, the weight of it, or the brunt of the weight may be felt in gentrification downtown, but the solution is not to make the brunt of it rural Durham. The solution is to figure out how to create the sustainability so that the way that the land is used, the air, the water, all of those things have to be taken into account so that our housing doesn't create another problem. So you don't create more traffic issues, you don't create more water problems, you don't create more air quality concerns with your decisions. You actually come up with plans, which is why I put up there an uptown housing or midtown housing plan, because we have to plan it. So these votes we take on zoning cases is not about harming someone else. If my vote is to harm anyone, it's going to be enough. What I want to do is figure out how we spend time putting the plan in place so that we alleviate those problems. Don't push gentrification to another area. Don't push the problem to another area. Don't lock on 3,000 new houses to an area that can't, hold it. They don't have the infrastructure in place to cover it. Figure out how to get those 2-lane roads to 4 lanes. Figure out how to make sure that we have our lift stations in place that can cover everyone in that area, not just a few subdivisions that go first because they have the money. Figure out how to do those things in a way that's equitable and then move forward. Don't just harm someone else. Gentrification has already occurred. It happened in waves a few times in East Durham. It doesn't mean I want to do the same thing to some other community. I think that holding ourselves accountable around creating the plans that support the needs of our community is where we should focus. And so an aging plan for tax credit, like an aging in place tax credit, where are our seniors going to go? There's not enough facilities. We know that creates jobs. We know that creates an economic engine. What are we doing to get that moving? How do we make sure that the people who do have the funds have some place to go? That's why ZPAC is here. That was planning. It was not just come take whatever a developer brings you. That's not how we get what we need out of housing. We have to be the true representation of our city in saying, this is where we're going. Do you want to come with us? That's what public-private partnership looks like. And I hope that we get there.
I have to respond because I think, Councilwoman Friedman, you have a habit of casting people who vote differently than you as doing harm. And I think, let me see, I think that facts matter. I think facts matter. And I also think letting people speak without being interrupted matters as well. I think that's really important in our democracy. Our lift station can support more capacity. That's a fact. I happen to think that, and I've seen many cases come before our council. I happen to think that sometimes when people don't want other people to live next to them, they will throw things against the wall to see if they stick. And that from environmental issues, from the lack of having certain stores out there, which governments don't open stores, we don't make those type of decisions. So when somebody votes for a development to cast it almost in kind of Sith Darth Vaderish terms that it's good versus evil, harm versus non-harm, I don't think it's helpful. More, particularly when it's based on things that simply aren't true. We have to honor facts. Our lift station is a state-of-the-art facility that was designed for growth. It can. Now, we disagree with the development, that's fine. But to say that voting for it is somehow doing harm, to make statements that the water is being poisoned, that is not scientifically based or proven, is not helpful. And I'm going to push back every time. Vote the way you want to vote. Stop trying to make people bad or harmful when they're not. That's not helpful. And it's not true. It's simply not true. And facts matter.
I'm going to end this discussion because I'm going to tell you what. We have more to talk about, okay? But what I want us to do is take a break. Take some deep breaths. And I really want you to use your time around lunch as a working lunch. And let me give you your instruction. This is still a dynamic board. It's on a sticky wall, so I can move it around, I can change it. So what I'd like for you to do is to really examine it. Look across and look down. Look what's missing. I don't see anything about public housing projects that are going to come out of this 95 million that are up here. That's stuff that y'all have started to even talk about, right? And maybe staff can help us with that in terms of what's coming offline in public housing. It needs to be a part of your story. So you got some pieces up here that we still don't have a complete story. So I want y'all to do your due diligence during lunch to look at it. We need as much of the information to make the informed decisions that we're talking about. They're difficult. And we all look at it differently. But we all have wisdom here. And I want to use every bit of it that is in this room. So, we got these additional cards that I'm going to read out to you. And what time is it, guys? 11:49. I'm going to let you out a little early so you can take some time, walk around, but make sure before 12:30, when you come back, that you have really looked at what you put on this board. Look across, look down. Talk with staff. See if they have some other stuff that they think needs to go up there. But let's use this time to give as much of a complete history that we know. We know something's coming out that 95 million, but I don't see anything that's talking about it. What is it? Mortgage with forgivable grants based on community benefits, 2030. 5 to 8plex by right in non-flood plains, urban areas, 2024. Environmentally friendly, holistic housing, 2035. Justice involved sex offenders, no housing. Okay. And then the last one I have is Open Durham, 2009, History of Durham. Ask for Elaine for the day for that one. You're looking for
This is forever.
forever. Okay. And then create housing plan for all Durham residents, 2022. All right. You got your sign? Everybody good? Let me just say this. This is the way you're supposed to feel right now, because you're doing a lot of work around some real heavy issues. So, take a break, breathe, and we'll come back. But study this forward, okay? Thank y'all. See y'all at 12:30. There is also I think the food is in the back, is that right? And y'all know where to go.
We're about to feel so happy right now. This is the friends that you're going to have. Tell me this is love. Really like it was
Did you pack the lunch today? And see what's on the spread.
I had like a really big breakfast because I was like, I'm not sure how.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I had a protein smoothie and some eggs, which is pretty big for me usually. Did you eat breakfast? I'm not usually a breakfast person. Usually. But
I forget we're so close to the club.
So I was in to make an adjustment on that audio because it's really, really hot.
Yeah. Should either be like boosted or anything, right?
I don't think so. I mean, we can kind of tailor it. I mean, the other thing with video, is we could use the headphone output of the listen to go into that, which would then, I guess you could use like the 3.5 or 2 XLR, but that might actually give you volume control. So maybe that is worth trying.
I know, yeah.
Instead of the XLR. I'll show you what I'm thinking, I guess, because, well,
yeah, like,
I can show you, can I show you in like another room?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. It should be the same setup of the room.
I'm gonna put on this, it's kind of chilly. It is a little bit.
Usually it's like the opposite issue.
I'll be right back.
I'm not the right thing.
Right in.
Fruit too. Yeah, they got them back here. All right, okay. I'm gonna follow Julia.
Never do that.
Yeah, but I'm on my way. Whole car.
it kind of depends, and then like, also I'm thinking like, you know, other setups, you know, as well. You know, if I ever have to go like direct into camera for, I mean, you don't probably want to do that a lot of times.
But yeah, you never know, I guess. Because usually you have the box guys, so.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, let me get, I'm gonna bring one up. The iPad. This would be perfect. For example. See where it goes. Yeah, this is the terrible, the one that is coming to my headphones that's not really bad. Then once we fix that, I'm probably in a good situation. Everything's moving over
Look, and that just one conversation.
No,
So,
no, I mean,
in other
understand it,
words,
then you train
in other words,
it.
read,
2 weeks.
read is the period.
Go check it out.
Go check it out, okay.
I am well.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so we're talking, we can talk about A to Z as our
Exactly.
feed us some information timeline. Yeah, just give us some basic data. We'll make that happen. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Well, 55 degrees, and it's just like that way.
I'm gonna make some calls, because actually I talked to Sarah already this morning. See, that's why, man, that's why I was, yeah, that's why I'm going.
Thank you. I think
So there's an HDMI input, and then that just gets routed through the system. Yeah. And then if you wanted like but it goes like directly to the display, so I guess you need like a HDMI and split up, split the signal so you can get to the yeah, if you need the video signal, and so it's in the back or so really it goes from here. Yeah. Split it. Or separate HDMI. Yeah, so you've got one for this here, which is just one output. So these sites
before and while we're waiting for some of our buddies to get back, I thought we could play a little game. I love it. But this one is, do you remember, Barbara, you remember the game where you had to guess who is what? Uh-oh. All right. I know, and I've read these, so. I played an oboe, French horn, a violin, and a piano as a child. Who is that? They're guessing now. Who is it?
I think I got it.
Uh-oh. Did y'all hear that in the back? All right. I played an oboe, a French horn, a violin, and a piano as a child. Who is that? Did you get the answer in the back? Would you stand, please?
You did it. I got the right to construct my own belief.
All right. I'm in the youth orchestra this time.
All right. We learned something. My first job was at Barney's, New York. Who is that? My first job was at Barney's of New York. My first job was at Barney's, New York. I went to college when I was 16. Well, Dr. Monique, you want to stay in? I'll do one more before we get started again. I was a cheerleader.
a holiday motif. I lip synced in a holiday motif.
No, Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony.
What was the movie?
It was a movie called Hallelujah with American Playhouse Theater. Dennis Haysbert, Jimmy Earl Jones, Alicia Rashad. I was Lee Bell Soul.
Oh my gosh, we got to All right. Thank y'all. We still have a few more, so we'll be back. Don't say nothing. Be quiet. Okay, guys, I want to applaud you because we did an awful lot of work this morning. We're in our last hour, and I want us to spend some of that time really looking and delving into what's on this book. We're not done. So, since y'all went to lunch, I have received some more cards, which I'm going to add to the board. I'll leave those out. But I also want you now to be ready to start answering some questions as I log them into the room for you to kind of look at that board and decide. Everybody good? Just for another hour, y'all. Can you hang? All right. For Forever Home Durham 2019 Go Bonds, 2,400 new affordable rental homes 2019. Forever Home Durham 2019 Go Bonds, plus other revenues, 1,700 homeless to have permanent housing 2019. All of that can fit right up under that bond stuff. Forever Home Durham 2019 Go Bonds, other revenue, you'll have 400 affordable home ownership opportunities. Forever Home Durham 2019 Go Bonds, plus other revenue, 3,000 low-income renters and homeowners remain in their homes. And finally, Forever Home created 130 million contracting opportunities for MWBs. Okay? Any comments about what we've added here? Vision? All right. Looking over the whole chart, where do you see great clusters of events when it seems like a lot is going on all at once? Looking at that chart, across, down, all the way across, where do you see a lot of clustering of activities going on? 2001 to the 2020 period, a lot's going on. Going into the future. Now, I have a lot of thoughts on that. Yeah. Y'all noticed that, right? Where are there gaps or slow periods? You see a lot of clustering, but where are any gaps or slow periods? I'm adding land use, housing, valuation, assessment 2022. gaps or other periods that you don't see a lot happening?
When you say gaps, are you speaking gaps within time or events, what we see on here, or gaps in which we have now?
Gaps in terms of time, what you see or hear. We might be missing some stuff, or we might not have thought about that. I expect that a lot of stuff is going to happen in here, just not merely what you know in the present, right?
Well, the reason why I just gave you that is because listening to the discussion earlier, the city, we don't necessarily build. It's very rare that we build as a government. And I think sometimes that gets a little misconstrued. And also, you know, developers are landowners, you know, and that I think there's a gap in information, there's a gap in understanding, and that disconnects us from reality. So the reason why I put this is we do have land that we own, and I think it would do quite the diligence for us to look at the land we own, evaluate, you know, do a valuation assessment, and determine what we want to do with it. You know,
It makes a difference when you own it.
it does. It does. And you know, while we can't do rent control or any of those things, but when we own it, or we attach ourselves to it, we do have that. As we talked about that statute earlier. So being able to do something about all things that we've identified, I think the first step is understanding what we own, have our real estate department do, you know, give us that assessment, and we start planning for that land. But dictating land that somebody else owns, you're very difficult. We can talk about that all day. Nobody's going to donate anything.
As you look at the levels, what relationship do you see between what's going on at the federal and state level and the housing industry? What do you see going on there? If you look at the levels, what is happening in relationship between these two levels? You kind of talked a little bit about it earlier. You know what you said, Mark?
Well, the housing industry, like many other industries, takes its cues, its level of permissiveness, its level of restriction from ordinances and laws and directives and policies that governments hand down to them. Now, they'll look for ways to get creative and loopholes and ways around the rules, but I see clearly, maybe not so clearly, but I see you know, an industry that's responding to regulations. I do also want to say that sometimes, you know, we talk about governance as if they're kind of these abstract, exotic things. These are people making these policies. Some of them come from our neighborhoods. We vote and send these people to Washington. So these policies and laws that come from Washington aren't dropping out of the sky. They're people like some people at this table, I hope, may very well be in Washington one day. Not me, some of my colleagues, I think they'd be excellent representing us at other levels. And they will be the government and be making those policies. So I think it's important that, you know, when we talk about federal government, state government, we don't let it be too abstract and realize that often what we do at the local level in terms of who we send and put these positions very much affects what's going on. So I just wanted to add that.
The relationship that you see between the Durham housing journey, the city of Durham, with the housing industry. What do you see there? What's that relationship?
Well, I think that, you know, I think the housing industry, the participants in that industry in Durham are doing what the process and system allows them to do. You know, when you match that with not full understanding, we get really, actually, the mayor, I always listen to her, and what I get from it is this deep desire for reconciliation. And that is one of the things that we're going to somehow have to figure out how we do as a country, as a state, and locally. But at the same time, that's why I have this little check over here that says it's a both and. Because we're going to have to address the past. Those policies over here, 1980s and before, that are still affecting us. We have to address that, and we're trying to. And I think, we as visionaries and policymakers are starting to think big again, like they used to think big here. And I think within that, we're going to get part of that reconciliation, but also we're going to, set vision for how we move forward.
You made a point in terms of the past seems to be big vision, right? And we seem to be moving in that direction now. Is that what it is?
Yes, I think that it's just looking different, but we also have to make sure when we're addressing these issues, that's what I was getting at, with the other tag, we have to be a government for all people. We can't be a government for just the poor, just the gay, or just the white, just the black, and the brown and the poor and all those, words we use. We have to be a government that sets a capacity that encompasses everyone who moves here. So we as a government are reflective of the people who put us in office to represent them. We can't be a government for one specific demographic. And at the same time, going back to that reconciliation, we have to also set a standard of, one set of standards, but we also have to set a standard of expectations. And one of the tags I put up there was reforming the planning and zoning process and department. They're funded based on fees. I wish that we could fund them, like we fund any other department, and that way we could become more of a partner in development rather than a victim of development.
I think you are beginning to kind of also see clumps of activity where you can start describing it like a trend, or you can kind of see things that are happening and you say, there's a shift here. We're moving from this point to that point. Sort of like what Leo was explaining, and looks like we were into the big visionary kind of effort before 2000, before our current, and now we're kind of moving back in that direction. So where do you see major shifts or turning points on this? As you look at the whole chart, where do you see those shifts or turning points? There was some talk earlier, I'm going to just recap, where Elaine was speaking to, we had a corporation here that supported home ownership with good salaries and trying to get people in that direction. When that company closed, then what? Is that a shift? Is that a turning point?
I think it was. I think the mayor described the dynamic that is, kind of characterized American economic history since the advent of the Republic. Whether you're in Appalachia or West Virginia when coal mines closed down, or car dealerships closed down in Detroit, the textile and tobacco industry that went down in Durham. A lot of those jobs were working class jobs, and I was just in Walltown, dedicating Walltown was a working class black community that was tied to those kind of stalwart industries. Back in the 80s, there was this whole slew and genre of books, the futurist books, Alvin Toffler, third wave and shock wave, talking about how, what trends in industries will meet their demise and things will come up in the future. And so back in the 70s, 80s, we knew that certain industries at some point were going to go down. And I think that's why we talk a lot about shifting, particularly young black and brown people to participate in preparation for the jobs of the future. That's why there's been such an emphasis on STEM. Because the next neighborhoods, great black working class neighborhoods, middle class neighborhoods, are not going to be built on tobacco, or and for white folk who are working coal mines as well, there's going to be an issue.
So Mark, where would you mark that turning point on this map? For example, if you give me a time period, and you think that from what point to what point there was a turning point, and a statement, just a brief statement about how you would describe it.
Yeah, I was just reading something 2 months ago when the last, might have been a resolution I was reading, when the last, when did Lincoln Myers close? Was the 80s, that was perhaps there. I mean, these things kind of gradually fade out rather than a hard kind of whistle blows it. But I think certainly Lincoln Myers closing was a pretty.
We're going to capture, the reason I'm asking you this is that we're also trying to capture those turning points, and we'll place that on the wall. As you continue to look at this map, I need you to think about other places where there are turning points or shifts. Yes.
I just don't want us to be absent of the evolution within this timeline. Lincoln Myers is still here. It's just not Lincoln Myers anymore. It's whatever tech company you want to name. It's just, education responded to the evolution of the workforce, of the jobs. And when education responded, other industries responded, and government is just slow. And we have to respond. The Lincoln Myers of Durham is, Amazon or Fidelity, or Wolfspeed, the microchip company. Things just look different. And that means we have to do government differently.
Yeah, and are you describing another shift?
I believe this is the shift that is happening right now, and it's only going to become more technical. The issue we're running into is our lineage is extensive. So the folks of the last, workforce generation, we're still around. They're still around. They're still around, and this current day looks very different than that day, and that is part of, again, with that reconciliation. This is the workforce reconciliation. We're going to have to, how do we balance, go back and balance then with the now, and that's hard. And I think that's what runs us into the issues we have now. We get really passionate, but it's also a very technical space as well.
All right, so we have tried to capture I'm not done with you. I want to make sure we're capturing what you want here. You need glasses?
This decline of the tobacco industry.
Okay, that's a shift. Okay. Do you want to put some dates on this? 1970s, 80s. Everybody good with that?
We should probably also say where, because the tobacco industry in my home is still strong. Out of county, but not in Durham.
In Durham.
One of the shifts, and really, talked about it a little bit. One of the shifts I know has to be when we first started noticing gentrification. Yes. When we first started to see that. But the other shift that I was asking her about was like, at what point did housing prices start to go up? When did that, or was that the both sides? Did that happen simultaneously or?
When? If you think about South Durham, because the problem with building is the housing cost there was economic.
Right, yeah. I don't know, I just feel like,
about, because South Durham, what is, in my, like, this is my understanding of Durham, City was historically the more affluent part of town. And so the housing costs there would have started to go up in the 80s. I think when folks come to the station, they think about downtown, right? Or urban, more core centers that for a long time, for 20 or 30 years, had not been popular. And then all of a sudden, people, meaning let's be here, mostly white people or more affluent people, decided that cities, they wanted to be closer in. And I think that trend, depending on where you are, probably started late 90s, right? I mean, think about, I mean, to me, the trends that we're seeing in Durham, or New York, and San Francisco, south, late 90s, or early 2000s, we're just not what I would call a top tier, not to be sensitive to Durham, but like, you know, culturally or population-wise, not a top tier city. And those became unlivable, yeah. So, yeah, those places became, and we're still feeling that effect, because folks from Austin and places in California and other more expensive places are still moving here.
So how would you phrase that as a possible shift?
I mean, for me, it's a decline in capitalism. Because the reason folks are moving here from those cities is they're also getting priced out. Like, all of this is not just, I guess the shift is, I think the thing that we're seeing the interplay. We are a dot in a much bigger, those trends are national, and we react to those national trends. And sometimes where we are in that timeline is you know, later because of the size of the city we are.
We're going to talk a little bit more about trends, but let's make sure we capture what you and Elaine are trying to point out in terms of the shift.
Yeah, so, sorry, can I add something maybe about shifts?
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons this question is hard to answer is because I don't think there's a defined like moment of shift. It's an ongoing process. And the intensity of that process kind of, you know, goes up and down in different periods of time. But like by the time we noticed in my neighborhood that gentrification was happening, it was because they sold university apartments and all those folks got evicted. And that was 2009. But it had been happening for a decade at least before 2009. Like we just hadn't seen it, and so it was, oh my God, this entire apartment community where the people are about to get kicked out.
Definitely by 2009.
Right. So I could say, oh, that was a shift, but honestly, that wasn't the point of the shift. The shift had been slowly happening for decades before, and that was just the moment when I woke up to it because something big happened in my view.
You're absolutely right. So I'm going to force you to kind of give me some idea where to place a card so that we can get a sense of where that shift is being felt. Okay, so.
I think there was a shift in city policy when we, as a municipality, in spite of how daunting the task, or daunting the challenge to address all these things, decided to tax ourselves for affordable housing. When was the first penny housing? Was it 13?
Yeah, it was before we came on.
Right before though, right? It was right before you.
Right, but it was, I think it didn't happen already. Yeah, 13 or 11. Yeah.
Before that? Early 2000s?
Is that penny tax up here?
It was after Steve. I remember one at some point, I don't know, like,
I just remember at some point, and this is from something Steve shared at some point in the conversation, Steve Shore was former mayor, that there was a decision, you know, he came on council in 2011, so sometime after 2011, that affordable housing fell under municipal responsibility, and that was because of the council members and/or mayor, you know, that had been voted on.
And I think that's a...
Can I just say it's probably even before that because Marisa was on the council and she was pushing on the council, then she left and organized with Steve to do the Affordable Housing Coalition, and then they built into the Durham Affordable Housing something, and then it kept growing, and then today that same group of folks are still meeting, and they call themselves Durham Affordable Housing and Transit because of the light rail. And so that started around when Larissa left the council, and I can't say what year that was, but it was probably like around 9 or 10.
She
I'm sorry, 1990. So in that same space, when it started, I would sit on that same card is when this started. So after they did the housing bond for 35 million, and with the Habitat, BCLT came online, affordable housing, homelessness, it was the whole, we call it plan to end homelessness, 10-year plan to end homelessness by 2000. And then all of the dollars were diverted to homelessness, which is why former Mayor Bill Bell kept pushing for South Side, because that was the missing middle conversation, and acknowledging that people didn't just have homelessness, they needed rent, they needed places to rent, they needed places to own.
You done said an awful lot. So let me see if I can unpack some of this. Yes, ma'am.
So from the 1990 and 1996 housing bonds, the first speaking of a penny on the tax rate was actually a penny to pay debt service. So that was kind of the concept of the early penny connected to housing bonds. And as you can see, housing bonds went back, going back to 1990.
Yeah.
And then the conversation eventually moved more into not just a penny to pay housing bonds, but a penny to generate local revenue sources to supplement the federal sources that went toward housing development and neighborhood stabilization. The penny, before it became part of the dedicated housing fund, as the 2 penny is now, it became part of a valuation of what a penny actually generates in revenue and how we were going to be spending that penny as part of the operating budget. And then eventually, it did get its own fund, the dedicated housing fund, and now that penny has grown to 2 pennies, which right now totals about $8 million of revenue that is specifically dedicated in a separate fund, special revenue fund for housing initiatives.
And basically, you have all of that listed in this right here. Do you say anything about the penny?
Nothing about penny.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, and I had raised that as a shift, if you like it, given how I'm understanding our employment of the term shift in this context. Here you have an American municipality actually taking some type of concrete step. Something that is actually counterintuitive because most people don't want their taxes raised for anything. Certainly not helping other people, get a house. They'll say, go get a job, get your own house like I did. But I think that speaks to the character of Durham, and that speaks to a municipality who takes all of this into account and says, what policies, what concrete local steps can we take to push that? Not to end it, not to solve it all overnight, but in our small way, within our purview, within our legal authority, what can we do? And the people of Durham said, we agreed to tax ourselves and to take on debt to deal with this monstrous proposition that all of these cards represent. I think that's a shift. Not only for Durham, but it sent a signal to other municipalities in this state and around the country as well.
I got you. Let me take care. It's about where do you see shifts? What was once is now something else. And they look at what you did. What are those shifts? Those impact later in the workforce, or housing, or planning. So I've got quite a few cards here. I got you and you up next. But I want to make sure before we move on that I capture what you do. All right, so first we've got expansion of the tech industry. Where would you put that? And what's the date?
I put it, 2011, 2020, probably before it started impacting it a lot in 2011.
Everybody good with that? As a possible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. We have one more.
So I didn't have the right word, investment, expansion, sort of, I don't know what the right word is about that, but sort of downtown. Changing
Investment.
perception of downtown, or whatever you would like to do.
It was two though, you know, it was two shifts. There were two shifts. I remember this intimately. DDI was established in '93, but I got out of high school at Kingdom Central, South Point Hall open. In the marching band, we marched into the grand opening. In 2002, we started to see downtown like really shift, and a small group of people started buying up property, commercial space. And now we have very few people who own, like my friends and peers, who own 3 or 4 restaurants, and they live upstairs in downtown Jerome. And that happened around the 2006 to 2010 era. And I can't remember the development group, Green Fire or Green something. They bought up like half of downtown. and yeah, it tanked, right? And then folks just liquidated it, bought it up, and here we are now. So that downtown investment, I think, happened in 3 phases: '93, the early 2000s, and the early 2011s or something around there.
And does that capture what you want to say?
So you want both those timeframes on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It says up to like 2015, there was still, yep. If you look at the whole span of it, '93 to like 2015, it was extremely aggressive. Like we were seeing multiple identities of downtown Jerome.
Well, actually, there was that real downfall though in 2009, 2010.
The recession.
Fire got half as big. So tell me what dates you want on here.
I mean, just when I first got to Durham, it was when like the New York Times was just written about Durham and Southern whatever was like the tastiest town in the South or whatever, and then there was like that Mary Durham, you know, right? So I remember
When was that?
That was 2010, and that's when folks were really starting, I think maybe it already been happening, but really start realizing what was happening.
So is this work or do you want me to change? So no gap. No gap.
When I got here in 2007, the development in West Durham, Old West Durham, all of aluminum company buying up, 9th Street and pushing everyone east was happening, and that was like 05, 06, and the artist community moving into Golden Belt, like that was all a response because they were pushed out of West Durham.
So 2005 to today? Okay. Because I know when I got here in 1992, the palace was it downtown.
And I do want to say this is, I'll just say that there was lots of folks that I knew who got out of school across North Carolina, UNC, and for most people, the triangle was where you went. There was 2 places you had if you wanted to stay in North Carolina. There was Charlotte, which a lot of people didn't like, because it's a banking town and stuff. And this area. And folks already knew that they were priced out of Raleigh and Chapel Hill. So Durham in the early 2000s, for a lot of folks, like I knew a lot of people who were able to buy a house in 2001 for $80,000, and they were, maybe 2 or 3 years out of college, and they couldn't afford anywhere else. Durham was the place that you could afford to buy a home at that time.
There was a time period when our realtors was not pushing them. I don't know when, I mean, I kind of guess, but I mean, again, there was a shift where it became, we're the hottest, newest, shiniest penny in town.
90s, Durham was considered the murder capital of the world, of the country.
Yes.
No, it's never been true. It was just, there were much of the areas worse, but Durham was, because I remember when I was coming here from high school, there was, oh, you want your borough capital. Like, you ever heard of Gary, Indiana? You know, like, there were all the other places that was getting that title. After that, people were in Durham. You know, so there was some marketing that was going around that was contributing to the real estate market saying, you know, don't touch Durham. And even today, people are like, oh my gosh, you live in Durham. You know, we love it. It's dirty Durham, you know. But there was a shift in that marketing that also, you know, impacted the housing industry.
So the shift is the perception of Durham?
The perception of Durham shifted, especially in the late 90s, early 2000s.
I'm going to add these. Make a list of land owned by the city of Durham, 2022, 23.
Is it up though?
It's right here, at the bottom, land valuation.
This one.
That's what that is.
That's what that is. We're going to put that up there so that also reiterate the same thing. Okay. Ready, good. All right. And then I have add any to taxes for housing fund, tax ourselves. Do we have a date we want to put there? 2013-ish. 2013-ish. Yeah, is that a new price, not the previous bond? All right. Now I'm coming to you. And then to you. So if there's something you wanted to add.
I just wanted to add, I think the other, this idea of municipal government and what's really taking on affordable housing, and that should also, I think, include a shift towards the relationship with Durham Housing Authority. So I just wanted to include that in that conversation.
Absolutely, and we're going to capture that. You have a time period if you want.
Anytime after 2015, just an acknowledgement that either we figured out how to deal with that entity, even though it's not technically on local government. And that's the thing, at least my understanding is that it's a different relationship that other cities or communities have taken on, where a lot of those housing as they've gotten older and been condemned, they just go offline. And that's different than what Durham does.
We're capturing that. Yes, sir.
What were the dates?
After 2015.
Obviously, after 2015, because it was part of the 2019 affordable housing law, but those conversations have already happened. So I'm going to say anytime between 2015 and 2019. I'm sure somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to gasp right now.
I think one of our when Few Gardens closed, that had a real impact on, I think, everything around public housing. Because when they dispersed, when the people were displaced and they were put all over the city, created a lot of gang violence, tribal gang violence. And then subsequent to that, when the Hope 6 came in, those folks were kind of lost and they were never able to come back over into that area. So I think that move, in my mind, was a significant shift for public housing in a bad way. And I don't know that we ever kind of recovered from that. I don't know when it happened, when Few Gardens actually closed. It was that, and then we started having trouble. Then we started seeing an increase in things happening over in McDougal. They weren't reporting, had issues. They went in and they kind of redid. They weren't reporting a little bit, so it quieted down. The Cornwallis got some extra attention.
Target initiative. That was the same year, that was like BUC program.
What year was that?
We have it as part of the Hope Six initiative.
Right.
And what it was, Hope Six was to eliminate the units that were at P-Rise, or whatever that name is.
We have it sitting under the 1990s right now. Right.
It's demolished in 2003. But it was closed before that, right? So like 2000.
2000. Yeah.
It was the largest in the nation, and it was closed. So all those people, they like, it was just all over the city.
And for many people, they thought that they could always come back, and that just didn't happen. So when we put it out there that that kind of stuff is what we're expecting, and our citizens don't get that, then it adds to the pressure of the change and the displacement. All right, we're getting close. Are there any other shifts that you want? Yes.
As much tension it causes, especially these two brothers and sisters over here, I think there's something to be said about the shift that the last council and this council is taking toward affordable housing advocacy. I know that affordable housing has always been a thing, but the aggressive approach that we're taking toward doing, a $95 million housing bond as a start, and how we're trying to factor in affordable housing as a concept in everything we do. This wasn't language that was always used. This wasn't, like, the techniques we're using now wasn't always like this. So I just, acknowledging the work that's happening now, I do want to commend that it's an actual focus for us.
And would we like to capture that? What aggressive approach to affordable housing and the period of time?
Gentlemen, so when did you get on council? 2015? So it was, so I would say around 2015, because that's when the affordable housing, like, bond talk started, right, or was it before?
But there were only 5-year affordability periods, and because it went up to 80% of AMI, you ended up a lot of people right at 80% of AMI. A lot of them were late, a lot of them were like grad students or middle class white folks who then after 5 years were able to sell and cash the full value of their home. Like Southside was a huge subsidy to Durham white middle class. Unfortunately, that wasn't the intention. That's what happened because there wasn't enough regulation. Now we have 30-year affordability periods on all the projects that are built with city money. If Southside had that, we'd be good. But the home ownership part of Southside is, I consider, a failure. The multifamily rental piece is great, but the home ownership piece did not do what it was intended to do.
2013?
2017, and we'll think about that aggressive approach.
To Southside? No.
Aggressive approach, this shift that we're trying to make.
I don't. There's no single date. I understand why you're trying to have us give you a single date, because that's what this timeline process is about, but there really isn't a single time we can say, this is when the aggressive approach started. Like, it doesn't, the facts don't really fit the model that we're trying to put up here on the board.
So, Leah, she's challenging
by
this.
council.
This is why I identified the tax. For a government, I don't know how you qualify or characterize aggressive except by outcome. At the end of the day, the government's most aggressive activity is to pass something, to vote on something. Everything else is academic. It doesn't matter what speeches we make from the dais. It doesn't matter what proclamations we issue. What is the ordinance? Are we going to tax ourselves or not? Are we going to pass a law? So aggression for me as a government entity can only be measured by what you actually do, not the speeches you make. And what we did was tax ourselves. What we did was take on debt in the form of bonds. Those are actual policies that reflect work product on the part of government. Everything else is academic, it's vapor.
So what would you say is an appropriate wording for the shift? We went from blah to what?
For a government, it's policy. What policy did we make that is a marker in history that indicates the will of who did we place our imprimatur on? Other than that, I don't know how to measure, at least from a government point. Now you can talk about trends from the corporate sector, the housing sector, but for a government, what did we pass? Other than that, what's the point?
Can you hear me? I think both, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
No?
Yes.
No?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So, I think both, to Councilmember Middleton's point, is if it's a policy, and to Councilmember Johnson's point, it happened multiple times. The bond passed in '87, and then passed again in 2019. And so all the way through that, a government policy was being implemented with the 1 penny, the 2 penny, to now where we're trying to do something more aggressive. If that helps. Because it's kind of like, that's got to be the future, the 2031. We did not get, I'm sorry, we did not. We're not aggressive. We're playing.
Well, you guys are determining it, not us. So what is on the paper is where we are, and if you want to add a date or some idea around it, we can. Otherwise, we can pump this. Okay?
So can I?
Yes, ma'am.
So at what point do you
At what point do you think that, as you all say, like, this is a culture in terms of, like, builders coming and saying that, or coming with saying that they need to do a certain amount of affordable housing? At what point did some of these builders start to think, okay, this is what I need to do in order to get things passed? When did that start, like, that culture of mindset change for them? You understand my question? Not the culture, but it's like, maybe it's the wrong terminology. What I'm saying is that from someone being new and me, like, I'm learning that there's just certain things that we can't say, like, I want to be able to say, listen, we need 100 agencies, and I know I can't say that, but there is a mindset that people are bringing different type of, I guess, plans to us because they know what we need. You know, so I'm just saying at one point, because they weren't always doing that, so at what point, so now they know that if I want ABC and be done, I may need to kind of offer this.
You answer my question?
I don't have an answer for you. I think all of it plays, and this isn't even on there, I'm not correct. There's also a massive demographic shift happening that we haven't even named, right? Like it's in housing, but from 95 on, there's
does that play in housing? I'm not even sure, because a lot of folks who are in that space, you know, are not visible on our immigrant communities. We don't even know, we don't track them at all because they're in the private market, and so they're not really in our subsidized housing in the same way. So I do want to look that up. And I think it's in general, it's just this trend, and what you're saying before, we took a lot of housing because our economic underpinning as a city was not great. When tobacco dropped, when I moved to Durham, somebody said, welcome to the Detroit of the South. And it's because so much of our economic standing was lost. And so I think that there, you know, early 90s, we were in a very different position and we wanted folks to build here because the perception of Durham, the need in Durham was different. And now we're not in that position. And so we can be a little bit more discerning about what we allow or don't allow. So that's a 20-year trend. It's beyond, I mean, it goes beyond any of us sitting in this room, really.
Yeah, just to add to that, I again think it goes back to education and how the education adjusted to the workforce, the evolution. And, you know, this isn't, you know, this isn't playing the race card, but if you look at the dominant industries now, when you look at the racial demographic makeup in those industries, I mean, that's where money is. Go to the second floor of any historic building downtown, and you'll find a little tech company that's working there with about 40 employees. They're making close to 6 figures. And, you know, when you look at the racial makeup, it bleeds over into the other areas of society. And that happened when we started focusing more on STEM. And also, when you look at No Child Left Behind, what happened to a lot of our kids, you know, especially black kids in the schools. You know, they started underperforming all of a sudden. And you look at Ravenscroft in Raleigh, and it's like, wow, where my son goes, School of Science and Math, where he's a really small token. You know, and that's just the reality, you know. And that stuff reflects our neighborhoods. And to your point around the culture, what you name it as the culture, but I think it just goes back to, you know, it's business, and when it comes to transactional relationships, they're going to do what they need to do to get by, you know, and get through, you know. So when we have folks that are using the system that's available to them to get through, you can't only blame that person or those people. You have to also look at the system in which you allow them to be governed, you know, and that's on us, you know. So that's what we need to change. I mean, you know, a lot of folks demonize developers, but developers are doing what they can and are allowed to do. You know, when folks say those evil developers, I say that's evil government. And that's just the reality. So that's why I want to look at how we do things differently.
I think we've captured most of the shifts. As you look at the board now, let's talk about trends a little bit, because we actually were beginning to kind of go into that. Because there's some national trends that affect us as well as local ones. What trends do you see that is happening at the federal and national and state level? What trends? What trends do you see emerging in the federal and state? And Barbara will capture them.
I would say extremism.
Would you speak a little bit more to that, please?
So no one wants to talk to each other to compromise. It's all about, can I get my way? And to the extent that even violence, whether violent protests or whatever, it's just very extreme. One end or the other. There's no middle.
I don't know if that's a trend or family.
you know, the wealth gap keeps getting larger and larger and larger and larger, and there's never really been, in my mind, an investment, a true investment of those who have been traditionally left out. You know, just some people have never, and I'll argue it, you know, for most African Americans, unless you were born in the wealth, which is very few of us are, we've never had stabilization in housing. You know, even those of us who sit around and we lose our check for 3 or 4 months, that's it. You know, we're done. We're done for. So I don't know that we've ever had our housing stabilized. There was never any World War II kind of gift. We've been redlined, and then even the advances that we might have made, they somehow, we just go back. It's almost like it just recharges itself to going back to almost, we still slaves on the plantation. In a lot of ways, living in the shack.
Others, what do we see as possible trends that's happening here that affect housing? Trends. Any other trends? I'm gonna throw this one out. Normally I don't jump into the pictures, so right now I'm taking out this little picture. When Southside was done, there were a lot of people that wanted to buy in Southside. They looked like around regular people that used to live over here. But financial, the way in which our credit works, made it difficult for them to be approved, right? I understand that there are programs that provide that type of financial literacy and guidance. And my question is, and maybe the staff will answer this, we've seen a decline in those people being funded to do that type of work. I'm just going to throw that out there. You know, we used to be able to have a lot of Angelas and Marissa's and all of them to kind of help us have nice looking credits so we can apply for these things. But if we don't provide a pipeline of ready buyers, what we saw by building, which was the element, and the only reason I'm talking about this, guys, is I worked on Southside, and you know. The problem with that is that if you have the inventory and you don't have the people ready to buy, you would miss those trips. And that's what was happening with Southside. There were interests. There were a lot of people that were interested in wanted to buy, but they weren't credit ready. Where are those programs now? How do we help people like that? Now, I'm putting my facilitating hat back on. But if you think that's important to capture, you might want to put a card out there. Because you've got to have ready, willing buyers to have the credit.
And I think that's valid, and Monica can probably help me when we put Dr. Crime Cabinet.
143 organizations that were doing that kind of work.
Yes.
And now the funding, and they were down to like 43
Correct. And the main,
across the state.
and we're lucky because we still have a group of people here that's trying to do that work. But the rest of the state, so I think if we haven't captured that, we need to, because you can build all you want to, but if people can't qualify, well, you can use Southside as an example. That is the reason why when we tried to sell it, the city, along with Duke and the other partners, that this was a place for people to come back to. But you can't come back to it if you can't qualify.
And I would say I could appreciate the context of your like statement that the people have to qualify. I think in the trend towards being anti-racist and trying to undo the harms that have been done, we're in North Carolina, and Durham is not included in Wells Fargo's no interest, no down payment program that they're piloting for a year. And that speaks to the relationships we don't have with the people who actually do provide the funding. And I'm noticed, like I would say that was a trend as well, in that this breakdown of conversation, and the public-private conversations have to happen. Because it's not just the 143 nonprofits or organizations, they have to have funders, they have to have grants. All those banks have foundations that give money away to do exactly what you're saying, to build that pipeline. So, yeah.
So let me capture the trend of there not being a lot of financial literacy.
The breakdown of the pipeline.
Yeah, so the reduction in financial literacy programs to prepare a pipeline, sorry.
They used to be programs for like first-time home buyers, and there still is, but it's not to that point. And then we're talking about qualifying, but you also have to have the capital to put down. Because talk about $300,000, $400,000 house, you have 30,000, 40,000. People don't have that. Then you got to have the money for closing. So not only the qualifying, but then also the capital to be able to then put your down payment in and go to closing.
I think I'm going to add a little commercial for the city. Y'all decided to change that. I mean, initially, back in the early 90s, you did do 20, I think you were doing 20,000 back then. Right. And then we stopped. So it's encouraging to hear, particularly this year, that we're getting back there. You're looking at me like,
No, that's not good. I get that.
yeah, so, yeah. So the trends of this, is around, not providing some of these supportive services, like funding, or we haven't done it.
Can I just add, does this also connect to people having overwhelming loans, student debt, that kind of, just sort of overwhelming debt that?
Put that on there. Okay, we'll go.
When y'all were talking about those programs, I was like, yes, the city could afford to give people, $20,000. Now to put $10,000 to $20,000 on a $400,000 home, we don't have the cost of housing in 2000 is not the cost of housing today. So, and then also overwhelming debt. I would say anyone under 40 in this country is carrying a sizable amount of college debt. Period. I don't care what class background or race you are. I don't know. The only people I know who were able to buy homes are people whose parents gave them down payments. And it didn't matter if they were white, black, middle class or not. Those are the folks who I know can afford to buy homes these days. So I think the trend is just the cost of everything and wages not keeping up. And that is actually affecting a large segment of the U.S. in a way that it didn't even 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, I literally right now, I want to sign my penalty of critical forgiveness.
Oh, we count.
Oh, we didn't do that.
Can I say something on Durham's behalf in terms of financial literacy? I remember the very first two visitors I had in my office when I first got elected was Vince Price and Pastor Mabanga, DPS superintendent. And one of the main conversations we had with Dr. Mabanga was the need to restore vocational training to high schools and financial literacy as well. Because by the time most of these folks get to the government, they're so far ahead of the game. We're so far behind the curve when it comes to participation in some of the programs we have. But I do want to say something on behalf of Durham in terms of financial literacy and capacity building. We've got a shared economic prosperity plan, which we put money into, which a large part of is not just providing opportunity, but building capacity, educating NWBs and other players on what they need to do, getting their paperwork together. A large percentage of our Forever Home plan, that $130 million that we're setting aside for MWB folks, there are some educational components in there as well. In our first time, funding for first time homeowners. So Durham is, you got to kind of dig down into some of the back pages of our documents, but we've got money in the pipeline for these type of things. I will also say, kind of talking about how aggressive we are as a city. Our budget is $500 million. We just passed a $500, whatever it is, billion budget. If we took every penny of that and converted it to affordable housing, how much of a dent would it make? Literally, our budget, our entire budget. So I think aggressiveness is relative. When you start talking about percentages of what we spend overall relative to how much money we're placing in affordable housing, I think that's got to contextualize what you mean. Because super aggressive would be just taking everything in our budget and putting it towards housing. Of course, we wouldn't be able to pay police officers, firefighters, fix roads, and collect garbage. But what's the garbage bag between friends, right? Well, but if you take the whole budget and even put it towards. So I think that in terms of, financial literacy, part of that, and I think Leo's talking about education, we have to understand there's some lanes the government should go full speed in, but there's other things that we've got to partner with other entities. And there are plenty of not-for-profits in our community as well that I need to, they're in church basements every week. There are free seminars about credit counseling and getting your checking account together and your credit score. And I just want to grab on Durham a little bit that we have put our money where our mouth is in terms of not just even credit preparation, but capacity building for entrepreneurs as well and the MWB businesses. Just want to put that out there.
I'd say real quick that there is a financial literacy component now in high school. So one of the histories that they have to do by state, my kids are not told about this, and it determines if you've seen how good it is. But to your thing about vocational training, and in general, we have, until the cost of education, higher ed can get figured out, we really need to have honest conversation with our youth about your path doesn't have to be college. You just need a path. And just really encouraging our centers of learning to not, put that on kids and to also not teach them that's the only way to success, that's the only value you have if you went to college or not. Learning how to be an electrician is a valid and very good career. Do it.
Thank you, guys. I want to keep us moving because I'm getting close. I know you want to say something, but I really want to just ask you to let this soak in for a little bit and to think about it in terms of these trends. The extremism, the poverty, the reduction of financial literacy, the overwhelming debt, the cost of housing, wages, stagnation, as
probably segueing into that, but we can't have a housing discussion without all of the close factors that contribute to it. And we can't, and I was getting at this earlier, we can't talk about affordable housing if we're not talking about housing in general. You know, and that's the issue we run into. And that's where we tend to bump heads too, which is illogical to me. You know, so if you look at Fayetteville Street, between Hillside High School and NC Central, those houses were built by Hillside High School students. Those houses were built by the carpentry department. You know, like, as country as I am, the seniors in high school were able to drive the bus routes. That was a normal thing. Now we don't trust kids the same, you know. But Southern High School has one of the best CTE programs where they are building some of the most innovative woodwork projects, carpentry projects that I've ever seen. They have some of the best technology. This is at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. There's an opportunity for us to go beyond just a school name and actually practice what it stands for. You know, we also can't talk about affordable housing without talking about getting people out of public housing. We can't talk about affordable housing if we're looking at transitional public housing, which is supposed to be transitional, as permanent housing. And that's what it is. If you are, and I'll use let's say we do Terrace, for example, if you were living in Dewey Terrace for 30 years, you know, it's like, that's a failure on us as a government. And we've created a reliance. But at the same time, part of us being a government can't talk about affordable housing if we don't create opportunity for folks to take advantage of. So if you're in transitional housing, public housing, that's a lot of people with 19 properties across the city. If you have folks that live there, paying $200 a month or whatever they may pay is relative to their situation, we have to have something for them to come out into. And that's what creates that gap. So we can't fully blame them, you know, but I just don't want us to have this conversation void of all of the things that make it affordable. We can't talk about building affordable housing on every property we own downtown without thinking about how we're going to generate the revenue to pay for all the other things. And I was asked the question earlier, closing. I was like, well, Leo, how do you generate revenue? I was asked that question earlier, and I was like, great. I said, you know, when I talk about generating revenue, it may be broad, but just to be more specific, it's people. You got to create the venues, you got to create the capacity. So DPAC is not going to do it alone, but DPAC and venues like DPAC or convention center, they only contribute a small portion. That's not the real money. The real money is when you're creating opportunity for ownership. Equity is ownership. And we're creating a lot of apartments that's really transient. We're not getting that property tax. We need to create space for property tax to be generated in our city. And we just can't talk about just affordable housing. That's what I was getting at earlier. It can't be just that.
So implications is, we can't just talk about affordable housing.
Yeah, we can't be a council of affordable housing. We have to be a council on housing that produces affordable housing too.
So I just want to say, I feel like I want to push back on the narrative that public housing is transitional and that living there 30 years is a failure of government. There isn't a single country on earth that provides housing for everybody without some amount of government involvement and government subsidy. It's impossible to do it by just expecting people to be able to earn enough money in a labor market to purchase housing on a job market. Or purchase housing on a housing market. Those two things never come together. There has to be some kind of government subsidy either directly to the family to help them afford housing or in the housing itself, like a public housing or a social housing program. We are always going to need that. We are always going to have people living in poverty. We're always going to have people with disabilities. We're always going to have people who are too old to work or too young to work, right? So there isn't a way for us to just expect people to bootstrap their way into housing that they can afford, even if we are providing all of the resources that make that necessary. Like, I don't think we should think of government assistance as some sort of dependency that people should be growing out of. Government assistance is a necessary public good for like a healthy and stable and like thriving society and community. I don't think people living in public housing for 30 years is a bad thing, except that our public housing sucks. Like, we don't invest in public housing in this country. In other countries where they invest in public housing, people spend their whole lives in public housing and there's no stigma, and it's nice housing, their kids grow up there, and it's great, right? So I think it's more a factor of how we do government support in this country than the government support itself. We'll never get to housing as a human right without government subsidy, as long as we allow housing to be bought and sold on the market. The other option is government regulations, like rent control. If you can't raise those, if any tenant that you get, you're required to rent to them at an affordable rate, and you're not required to turn people down, you know, but because we have this commoditized system, we're not able to either regulate in ways so that people can afford it, or provide like government money so that people can afford it. But there's always going to be a gap.
We agree on that. That's why I put housing as a human right act as a hopeful thing we have.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we should not get rid of public housing. We're always going to need that. But we also can't make it like, here's my thing. This is like a hard truth. If you're capable and willing, you should be able to. And be on, like, here's the deal. What I experience is if you're living in a hardship situation, and you're right, you and I agree on the fact that our public housing sucks across this country, and especially in Durham, and we have some of the worst properties in the country. But I guess my lived experience is when you put so much advocacy to creating opportunity, when you're creating, like, look, here's a job that is going to provide living wages, is going to be all the benefits that come with it. Here are opportunities to where you don't have to continue living in conditions that you complain about. And that's that gap, that's that off-ramp that I'm talking about. I do not think I think public housing was built to be transitional. It wasn't built to be permanent for the individual. It was
Right,
built
but
to
it
be
shouldn't have been.
It should what?
It shouldn't have been. Like, we should have built public housing in a way that it could last 50, 100, you know.
No, we agree on that. So I think the misunderstanding was, when I say we shouldn't have to rely solely on public housing, I'm not talking about the individual.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the individual should be, it's like, look, if you need this, take advantage of it, but you also should have the resources to support you getting to wherever you want. But right now, the way the public housing is done in the United States is, it's this really poor, you know, dilapidated quality of life that you're living in, and nobody deserves that.
Right, but there's this incompatibility in I think what you're saying, which is like one of the fundamental contradictions of capitalism, right? Which is that everyone will never be able to afford their housing because under a capitalist economic system, because the minimum wage is too low, and profiteering on housing and land is just universally allowed. So there's no actual way, like if you're making $7.25 an hour and there's no rent control, I mean, you can be as you know, as motivated, as educated, whatever as you want. Somebody is always going to have to flip burgers. Somebody's going to have to, you know, somebody's going to have to do these jobs that don't pay well. And unless we make the jobs pay well, regulation, or we make the housing cost less through either regulation or subsidy, there's no way that people are going to be able to afford it. Like there is no bootstrap solution to this. No country that has solved this problem has done it by telling everybody that, by creating opportunities and telling everybody you need to go out and get more education and get a better job. The countries that have solved this have done it through massive government investment, and that is honestly the only way. But there will always be people at the bottom of the income ladder. That is built into the system.
I don't think there's a debate on that. We agree on that. And I think that's also why I'm including the government in this. We created this problem as a government.
We can talk more later.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fix this problem as a government.
You just keep saying things that make me think you're like, you can bootstrap.
Oh, no, I don't believe in that. I believe you can. Not everybody can, but I mean, we can. I don't get everyone. But this is really important. There is no way in the world we should have this conversation and void you taking advantage of an opportunity if you can.
Seriously, I'm like from the system. I hear you, and the message that you're delivering is not, I don't think it's what you want to say, because I think you're missing, to Middleton's point, we have a limited budget. And if our limited budget is to focus on people who can afford to do it by themselves, as opposed to the people who will never be able to do it, we then essentially say we're not going to help them. And to me, what I hear in my very grieving moment is that you don't care if my sister has housing that just passed. You know, her life, she's not working, ever. She's living off of Social Security. That's it. There's no bootstraps. There's no job. There's no business. There's nothing that's coming to help her other than government. And that part, so when you say the on-ramp, it's off-putting because there are people who are at the end of their working life having to go back to work to afford to live in the crappy ass house we're talking about. I mean, I'm sorry. But if we don't put all of our efforts towards the harm in the very real way to understand it's not even limited to housing, it's going to keep coming back to air, water, land. You are forsaking every person who cannot get up and bootstrap. Because there are specific people who can, and they don't look like us. And that's what's hard. So I just wanted to give you that. The message you're sending that's what I received.
All right, so you
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Wait.
I can't wait. That cannot be that. No, absolutely not. Because, no, you're misreceiving that, not once. I'm sorry, Mr. Facilitator. This cannot. No, I'm sorry. No, there is no way possible. I want this to be lingering. I cannot. I can't. This won't linger. No.
I will give you some space to answer if you will just recognize it is almost, what time is it?
I will stay longer.
Wait.
I will not be disgraced. Is it 2 o'clock? Okay. Now, hey, I will, but I want to be respectful of time, okay? That's key. And I promise to review, we can renegotiate right now. If we want another 10 minutes or another 15 minutes, we can, because we still have some more work to do. But y'all want to talk. And I know that because that's y'all, right? So that's good. You want to say something too. But I want to let you say something. Don't take forever. You I do not want this to be, as listening to the feedback, which I appreciate, Jillian, I appreciate your point, what you're making, because it sort of contextualized the perception of my intent that was misinterpreted. I probably misspoke. I think that it's really important that we do speak from lived experiences. And I'm gonna go out and say this word that could, probably create some enemies. But there are parasites. There are parasites on the real struggle that people actually have. Your sister, in that type of situation, there are people that actually parasite on that as well. And that is what I'm getting at. When it comes to someone that does not have the ability, or when there's someone who has a real situation on their hands economically, someone who just does not have a job. I'm not even talking about handicap, I'm not talking about mental health, I'm not talking about any of those things. Those are a given. Because what I also put in those categories is the fact that we actually have an entire reentry program, halfway houses, where folks, it's modern day slavery. They will get put out to get a job. And some of them have to work for labor. That's a lived experience that I've seen myself. What I'm getting at is the people who literally will walk out on a job after they've given a great opportunity. When I'm talking, it happens. And we can't govern for this assumed person and not talk about all of them. So these things happen on a regular basis, and I'm a business owner. And I'm a business owner that actually give a damn. I'm a business owner that look at the minimum wage and see that it's $7.25, and I start people in a dishwashing position at $16.50 an hour, which is still not enough. But I've also hired people, giving them $19 an hour, with the ability to have multiple raises, with the ability to have health insurance, employ them for 2 months, and they walk out with not a single notice. And I've seen the lifestyle that they're living, and I've seen the conditions that they're living in. I've seen some of the things that they take advantage of, and it's a lot more people that you know. So I am also talking about those folks. And there are people that take advantage of what we're doing right here, right now. They know that you're not going to talk about them. And they know that you're going to put all of them in the same bucket. So please don't ever think that I was trying to harm folks that can't even help themselves. That is a mischaracterization. But there is an entire demographic of people that take advantage of this system intentionally, and I've spent a lot of time with them. We can never do that.
I'll give it a make a thing something else.
I just wanted to say that while I appreciate the conversation, I'm a homeowner, not because I really want to be, but because I know at least I can kind of guarantee what my cost of living is, and I'm privileged, right? I can guarantee to a certain extent what my cost of living is going to be, because it's what you pay for your mortgage. If you're renting, you have no control over that. They can up your rent, you've heard those stories, and you're living with that, literally. So, to me, for housing, I'm not interested in creating housing, I want to include the least of these. But we actually succeed, kind of like transit. In certain communities in the world, everyone uses transit, poor, rich, middle class, because that's the most convenient thing to do. And we didn't design the system. We designed a system for everybody. And everyone can utilize it. And that is what I want for housing. I want housing that meets everyone's needs wherever they are. And we're failing, and a lot of that is local, a lot of that is federal. I'm not interested in just providing subsidized housing for poor folks. I want everyone to be able to access that. Because then it creates the product at a higher level, because we can ostracize people. We haven't demeaned them. We haven't made them look bad or think badly of them. And to your point, the folks that you're talking about, there is such a small percentage of the folks who they've done 40 years of studies on that. The folks who are taking advantage. Who's taking advantage in this country? Really rich people in large corporations. And they're taking infinitely more than the 1 or 2 people who might be milking the system. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that wealth-income gap that keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm worried about that whole, let's all fight over the same cookie when we know this group over here has 12 cookies. That's what we need to be looking at. And so I'm not interested in arguing around those details. I'm interested in creating systems and spaces that everyone can utilize
where we actually think about the full dignity of the human being, and not punish them if they're poor, or if they can't access the system, or they can't produce in the system at the way that one of us feels that they should be.
I'm gonna let that just sit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to add one thing. I'm going to argue on it because, you know, when I think about some of my family members and friends, the next generation now, those 30-year-olds who have gone to college, they've gotten a degree, they've done everything that life asked them to do, and they cannot, and they're making like $70,000 from them, which was a really good salary coming out like that a while ago. They can't find houses. And then when you think about our police officers and our teachers, and, you know, it's everybody should be able to have a decent place to live, work, and stay in Durham. And then on the other end, when you think about the young men that we're working with who have had the interactions with the criminal justice arena as early as 13. You know, North Carolina has a special law. 13 years old, you could pick up a felony charge. And the mother had to make a decision as to whether they could stay in public housing or put the child out. That's real. And so some of those people have never had the opportunity to even be integrated into housing. So it's there. We all know people who know how to game all kinds of systems in all kinds of arenas. But housing is so integral to how you want to be a success or not. It starts with that. And we have an obligation as government to make sure that everybody has a place to live. Everybody. Even the sexual offenders. People don't even want to talk about them. But they're out there. And they have, and you know what ends up happening to them? And I have seen people who have been convicted, people who have been convicted of a crime where they were both on the victim side, who want them to be labeled a sex offender rather than go to jail. Label them a sex offender. Because the impact of them being labeled a sex offender keeps them out of the housing market. You can't find a safe house for at least 10 years. And so those people end up going back to jail. And that's what happens. So we have to make sure that as government, I think it's our duty not to look at people and the things that they've done or can't do. It's our job to make sure that we make sure that they have a space to live.
But one of the things that when I'm teaching my social work students, I tell them that they have to put their biases on the job, right? And I'll give you a scenario. You have a mother that lives in public housing, 5 kids, working maybe at that $19 an hour, and all of a sudden she stops because if she continues to make over a certain amount, she can't get a subsidy for a daycare. That doesn't mean that she's not trying to pull her straps up and her boots up, right? And that doesn't mean, and I kind of sometimes take offense and I try to teach my students this, that you can't put people in categories and stereotype them and say they're trying to beat the system. Not everybody's trying to do that. Some people are trying to make it happen for them. Because if they do one thing, then there's other things that they can't get. And they're still not going to get past that poverty level. And I remember as a kid growing up in public housing, my only way to get out of that, my mother would say, I don't want you to be a victim of your environment. And for me, it was education. All of us had to get up. But I had a mother that was able to say, I'm going to get out there and find those programs for you. But there's still people that still live in that public housing that are still there to this day, and I'm 50%, right? So you have to put services, and again, I say wrap services around, but I take offense to say that some people are beating the system. Some people, we can say that, but they have to also learn how to survive. And they have to be strategic in surviving. And we have to put our biases on the shelf and not think about what our biases are, but how these people function. You got to, and I use scenarios with my students all the time. Mother, all these kids, she makes over a certain amount, she can't get daycare. So then she can't go to work. So then she's stuck. Not that she doesn't want to pull up her straps, but she can't do it.
Just just in closing, I want to just make sure.
You promise you gonna?
I promise. I just want to make sure we're clear here. I'm gonna need you can. I want to make sure that, and just in case it's coming off this way, I'm not saying that everyone in public housing needs to bootstrap their way out of public housing. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, when government gets involved, part of our responsibility is to do exactly what we're saying. Make sure everybody has access to housing. That's why I put up there, housing is a human right, because that's what we should be working toward. That's what I'm saying. But I'm also saying we cannot ignore the fact that there are people that do take advantage and take away from the folks who really need it. And that's why I use the terminology transitional versus transactional.
All right, this is it for you. Because I want us to focus now on...
That's not just poor people.
Can I?
That's really rich people too.
I want you to focus now on the wonderful work. Because, guys, we're going to keep this conversation going, but we really need to look at what we've accomplished. So I'm going to ask you, today we've used your memories, imagination, your creativity to create this visual. What would you name this if you were to give it a name? What would you name this? So listen, I would like some really nice examples. Barbara is going to record it. If this is a story, if this is a visual piece of art, I keep seeing people's hands like this. What would you name this right here? What would you name this? Did y'all hear that?
I'll call it graffiti.
Okay, you've had a lot to say, so why don't you give us a title?
It's graffiti because when you think about graffiti, I mean, ultimately it's art. You know, it's like there's something happening there, but it's just a bunch of mess. You know, and that's how I look at it. This is a lot of conflict. It's a conflict of ideas. It's a lack of respect for each other. It's respect for each other. You know, it's a hodgepodge of beliefs and ideas incorporated into a system called government that has ultimately have failed people with the idea of hopefully, I guess, being hopeful.
All the future stuff is awesome. We got a lot of good ideas of what we could do if we, had $1 trillion and we're the emperor. But yeah, I mean, everything before the future, not everything, but a lot of what's before the future is either major failures or attempts to correct or mitigate those failures, some of which lead to other failures, some of which help, but don't solve the problem. And based on all of that, all of our, hopeful future initiatives, which, of course, I think like mine are some of the most outlandishly hopeful, don't seem to follow in any way from where we're at now, So I would say, yeah, I mean, we have, and this isn't new to anybody. I mean, some of it is, right? But not the whole concept of, there's been a whole lot of city, state, and economic policy and trends that have led us to where we are now. A lot of problems and failures and lack of attention and intentional screwing over of communities, right, that has happened up until this point. And now we are trying to make decisions that both try to change the direction of where we are and mitigate some of the harm that's already been done and protect against future harm that's being done and help, and help people the best we can given the resources that we have. And the real solutions are outside of what we can do, but what we can't do, there are things that we can do, and there are things that like the city, that us and staff and like everybody that's part of this organization like are striving to do and struggling to do and want to make happen. And people around our community, like people voted 70-something% for the housing bond, right? Like people care about this issue. But I don't know that we're.
So have you come to a title?
Have I come to a title? I'm going to see John's title.
Okay.
But in terms of like what the overall vision is.
What's Deidreana's title?
Hot ass mess.
Did we get that?
But within the ham, I think there are some trends, right?
Right.
That we are, that we're aware of. But I don't think.
What would you name it?
Lots of failed social policies that we're trying to mitigate against now, future ideas and things that need to happen that we can't make happen. But I think what we're doing, right, as a city is building as much affordable housing as we can with city money, helping nonprofits with gas
Okay,
funding.
I need you to focus on my question.
Okay.
My question is.
What's the title?
What is the title? We have worked on this all day. And I imagine you have just written a book. What would you title this?
There's no title, baby.
Yes, ma'am. I bet you Dr. Monique got a title.
Well, I'm gonna, okay.
I'm gonna say systems barriers, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is theoretical framework talks about systems, right? And I think that when you include systems is looking at everything that incorporates how you move a person from one level of functioning to the next. And all these things up there are barriers to doing that. Because what we're trying to do is get our people to have affordable housing, or housing in general. So I'm gonna call it systems barriers.
System barriers. Okay. Yes, we'll take another shot.
I would say it's the ham and cheese of housing. And the cheese that we need to get to the 2031, 2040 vision. Is that how?
She's writing it. We're gonna read them all out, and you'll choose.
What was the second part?
And the cheese or the cheddar that we all need to get the 2031 and 2040.
I would say either, I would probably say AAA of housing. AAA, abstract and advocacy. Because there's a lot of abstract that came out of this because it's like so many things we agree on. I don't think there's a lot we disagree on. I think it's just we come from different angles of it, and that creates abstract. But we're advocating for a new way of doing this. We're advocating for a better outcome, and that journey must continue until we get there. And we just gotta have respect for everyone's contribution to it.
Any other suggestions for titles? We're gonna read out the ones that we have, and you can decide, yes.
So I would focus on the three entities in the white at the beginning, and I would say, I would title it Unproductive Tug of War.
Unproductive tug of war. Thank you. Our housing story.
I like that.
I have one, maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
New beginning for housing is a human right.
A new beginning for housing as a human right. Thank you. Now Barbara's gonna read it. Do we have any others? Barbara's gonna read out what we have as examples.
Maybe
repair.
Moving from dismantling to repair.
repair. As relates to housing.
Thank you. See, they've been listening back there. We're almost ready, and we're going to read out the title. And we'll let you choose which one you like.
So we started with ham, hot ass mess. We went to, well, no, I'm getting to that, that came later. Then people talked about massive societal failure, but with some kind of hopeful future, graffiti, conflict of ideas, the struggle for human dignity, a hopeful future, history of struggle, hopeful future, changing directions, mitigating harm, system barriers, ham and cheese of housing, and the cheese that we need to get to, I think it was 2040, is that right? Abstract and advocacy, mitigating harm, hope and advocacy, unproductive tug of war, our housing story, a new beginning for housing as a human right, and moving from dismantling to repair as it relates to housing.
You know I love you, right? You are moving me off track. So let me stay with, I love you. Let's stay with where we are, okay? So read the last three. See if that matters to any of this.
Okay, moving from dismantling to repair as it relates to housing, a new beginning for housing as a human right, unproductive tug of war, our housing story.
You like that one?
Unproductive tug of war, our housing story. Our Durham housing story, is that what we're, or are we talking broader than that?
I don't think it's really
No.
I think it's
This
from,
is just the beginning.
yeah, it's from multiple perspectives, because, I mean, I feel like we're now, today, you know, we're a tug of war with the policies of the past. You know, we're trying to pull the flag back across the line, and it's hard. Because we haven't talked about the banking industry and how they just tear all of this up.
Correct. This is just the beginning.
We're
And
not
what
really
we
calling
wanted to do
economic.
was to at least provide an opportunity for you to talk. Did you get that chance today?
What did you say? Our say with the mic? Yeah. Our housing story.
Or Durham housing story, or one complex piece of the puzzle.
Bigger.
For a puzzle, what kind of puzzle? A complex piece of the, but what is it you're going for? Like, what is the whole puzzle?
All, I mean, because we've all talked about, yeah, we've talked about housing as one component, but we've been mentioning, like, you know, workforce, and like that housing is just one.
So a livable Durham? Is that the puzzle? I'm just trying to,
I don't want to.
okay.
Man, I was just gonna say, that to your question, did we get a chance to talk? I think we did a good job at the 30,000 foot view on housing today, but I still do not believe we touched the surface on what we really need to do. So I hope there's a part two. We have issues on housing right here in Durham, and we don't have to get to specific cases, but we do have to, you know, just what's this council's philosophy, you know, on housing? And, you know, Mayor, I appreciate you putting us together to do this. I can't speak to everyone's schedule, where we can just, at some point, really get a chance to talk through it rather than having to have it in the public domain where we are making a decision or action step. This is public domain, but we're not taking action to that. Because I'm sure many of us are going to probably leave here uncomfortably, unsettled today. And I think that's good. I think it's healthy because it forces us to kind of reflect, I hope we can spend some more time at some time in the future to get a little more specific on how we do it.
I'm glad you brought that point up. We wanted to start at the basics of at least understanding what each of you are feeling and thinking and talking about around this subject. And no way we can do all of that in 5 hours and not have something like that. So where we are now is that we are now at the end of this particular activity. And part of our goal was to allow you to work together, talk together, share, and figure out what are those things that we all need to have the same information around. I think you've noticed today that there were some items that some of us were not aware of, right? That we learned about. And it's helpful and healthy for us to have those kinds of understandings. And to speak to what the next step is, that will be another conversation we'll be running later based upon what we have created today.
Is there any way for you to, and I know you can't, I'm taking a picture of this, but just to
Oh,
capitalize
we're gonna
our
capture,
takeaways from today so
we're
that we
gonna
have
give
it on
you
that.
all of this back. Which is part of my task is to make sure that you just focused on the topic. And so we will provide you a copy of this along with some additional documentation. And I will be speaking with Elaine to kind of clarify any of those next steps. But I just want to thank you guys for your willingness to talk candidly and honestly about this, and your patience with wanting to stay past 2 o'clock to do that. Y'all did. Oh, well, do y'all want to say some more? I think what we want to give any of you the opportunity to offer up any feedback, how does this feel for you guys, how are you sitting with this information after working today for the last 5 hours? How you doing?
Yeah, if I'm being at all honest and a bit vulnerable on this, I'm very frustrated because I feel like we were just starting to get to the real issue that is an elephant in the room around some of these discussions. And we're just getting into it, and it's time to go home. So that's frustrating, and when we're on the dais and we're making decisions, and I know I sometimes get this, you end up with, what the heck? When one of us say something or do something, what are they thinking? And I was just hoping for an intimate space for us to, get to the core of, the philosophy that each of us had around at least this one specific topic. And I think, one of my social philosophies is, get to know the person before the audience and, have respect for folks' lived experiences. Now, I was being a little facetious when I put the tag of, housing for the rich people. It's only to get us to just sort of think bigger, think broader, and there are so many deep dives we need to have. And I just hope that, at some point in time, we get a chance to do that. If not in this capacity, at least with one another. And I hope that we'll have more one-on-one conversations so that we can grow that respect for one another and that collegiality. So that's where I am right right now. And I do feel, you know, like, wait a minute, you know, like, was I misinterpreted here, or, you know, did I say something or whatever? It's like we have to learn how to work with one another, and housing is like one of the biggest issues we deal with, because it affects everybody, you know, and I just hope that we'll get a chance to, you know, revisit that.
Absolutely. I'm going to go around this way, you'll be next. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much for convening this and for making this a signature issue for your leadership. I appreciate your words, Councilmember Williams. One of the things that helped me is that none of this is personal. None of this is personal for me at all. When I think about each of my colleagues, none of us are here by accident. Literally every person on this council represents thousands of people who agree with you. So on any given day, when I talk to either one of you, I keep in mind that no matter how right I think I am, you're here legitimately because people agree with you as well. And I think when we keep that in mind, that we all represent a piece of truth. And you know, when I look at this, I was listening to the conversations. To me, this is the chaos and genius of democracy. This is a Rorschach test for me. You know, you see what you want to see, and you see from your perspective and your experience. And this is what democracy looks like. This is particularly, you know, when you think the proposition of American democracy in particular, allegedly, you know, it's not based upon dynastic bloodline or one particular language or religion or race. You know, this ridiculous proposition that all of us from our different walks of life can carve out shared space. And that's what democracy is. We come together and say, we're going to set some rules of the road to share this land, to share this water, to share this air, to share these highways. And there are some folk who want to drive faster than 55, and some folk who think 55 is too fast. So what I'm seeing here, this is not an end. This is a snapshot. This is all of the pieces that every day we come to work on can carve out shared space. So I'm feeling optimistic. This is like the Swatch watch. You remember those Swatch watches where you can see the inner workings of the watch? There was no cover on it. This is, believe it or not, this is what our democracy looks like. So I don't feel discouraged. I feel, I've learned some things about my colleagues, but again, none of this is personal for me. This is what democracy looks like. And I'll say this, you know, in conclusion. This made me think of our Constitution. Not the part where we get to the amendments, but the preamble, which is we the people in order to form a more perfect union. And what does that mean? I mean, you take all this stuff on the board and you massage and you try and come up with policies that make sense. But the thing that really struck with me is that I think we read it too fast. Constitution says, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, promote the general welfare. What does it mean to do things that make the welfare better for everyone every day, and what policies? And establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility, you know, we read that haphazardly, but that's really a formula. Justice comes before peace. So really, it was slave owners that came up with the cry, no justice, no peace. Even they understood that. And they put it in the Constitution. So for me, this is just an exercise in democracy. I have immense respect for every leader I work with because I recognize they represent more than themselves. And I think that dose of humility would help us all. On any given day, you may be right, you may be wrong, but you know, this is a privilege to be here and work on it, and that's the respect I try to bring and model in this space. And we're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. Thank you.
No, I appreciate today, and I do want to thank the mayor and my colleagues for making space and time today to be here fully and wholly around housing, knowing that this is something that we all have cared about and part of why we're all here. I do have to say though, I take all of this personally because I put everything I am into this based on who I am and how I am. And I come at this from a faith tradition of stewardship in which I do no harm and try my best to be holistic in the approach that I take to solving the problems that are before us, with a vision for 7 generations ahead, not just today, not just tomorrow, not 2040, but hundreds of years. And so I continue to be the voice in the room that always was like, well, what about the trees? And what about the water? And what about the air? All of this has to work together because even though we are limiting ourselves to the title of government, we're still human beings that live on a planet that is dying. I'll let that part go. But for me today, I leave, a little bit, I also am frustrated. I think this is where we are, and it's like we're just repeating the same system. And I don't know that we see ourselves as the old white men in this, but we're the old white men, and we're going to do the same harm to the future generations if we don't figure out how to change it. So that's all. Thank you.
I think this has been a really interesting conversation. I enjoy having these sorts of, like, big picture, future visioning kinds of conversations with folks about these issues that I think are important. I think I came into this conversation not really knowing, like, how this was going to actually lead us to any concrete place where we might make different policies or make just like how it was going to have any impact on like the decision making that we're doing together or the direction of the city. And I think that question has not been answered. I don't know that having this conversation has put us in any kind of a like different or better place in terms of our actual job here of making policies that do the best that we can to help our residents. So I guess I still don't completely know what this is for, but I had a good day. Like, I like these conversations, I find them interesting. But I don't completely understand like how it's relevant in my role as a decision maker. To have this level of discussion or debate.
Well, I want to say thank you, Mayor, and to my colleagues for also just being vulnerable to kind of do a deep dive into housing. And so for me, while I was just sworn in May, I really feel like I've been on this council forever. I just want to let you know that. But I'm learning a lot, I'm continuing to learn, but I take seriously the fact that I have a lot of responsibility. And I have to be able to make informed decisions to help everyone, right? And that's in terms of having integrity, having competence, like again, I'm still learning, and just really looking at the dignity and worth of all people. So I take it personally too. You know, sometimes after council meetings, I go home and think about, did I really make the right decision? Like sometimes I can't sleep, I'll be honest. Because it's like, I have a lot of responsibility to make sure that I am making informed decisions for people who can't make those decisions sometimes for themselves. So again, I thank you all. Thank you. I think that my hope is that we do move into a conversation that is more around solutions. I think this is helpful to see what folks remember about policy around housing. We remember a lot, but we remember different pieces. So that was really helpful. I also want to say thank you to staff because you answered lots of our queries that we had around when did that happen. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the facilitation, and I hope that I don't know what the intent is long term, but I do hope that we move into a next phase where because there are some things that people put out there that I think in the future that I hope we get to. We all know this is a critical issue, and I think that the governor would take that responsibility deeply.
I'm going to let you capture this my closing remarks to me. First of all, I have to.
Guys, if that's okay,
one that, tug of war.
The tug of war,
I like the one that,
tug of war with
what was the one that you said?
this tug of war with.
Say that again.
New beginnings for housing is human rights.
I like that. How about that? That sounds better than that.
Housing policies of the past. Okay, we can. We're not gonna, all right.
We're gonna keep it at deep dive.
First of all, I have to say thanks to Mamie and Barbara for leading us in this today. I also have to say thanks to all our great city staff, those who are here today, those who are watching virtually. And I can kind of tell you where I'm thinking about, but I do believe that, like we are a collaborative council, we have to figure out what works for all of us, because we do represent different things, different people, different ideas, and in order to make a more perfect union, each of those pieces is important. For me, when I got into this arena, I know you've heard me say it, it was multi-layered, especially in housing, and it was very complex. And so I'm a visual person. I've worked with Mamie before on the racial equity task force. I've been through this process, and so then you get a look at what it looks like. But this is just a beginning step. That's all it is. It was a way for us to have a collective understanding and to build relationally wherever we are to go forth with however we're going to deal with housing from the city council perspective. I think that's a different perspective from any of the other players involved. When you sit in that seat as a council person, I could not imagine last year when I was running what it's like this year and that vantage point. So this is a beginning step. When we did the racial equity task force, Mamie basically came in and did this process with us to give us a framework by which we begin to deal with complex problems of how you carry out our mission of establishing a more equitable Durham in terms of race, which is a very large, huge issue. But we were able, at the end of a two-year process, we have a book that serves as a guiding tool. Same process as being here. The next step, as we have talked about with Kamisha and Amber, we are trying to kind of lay a pyramid where we're laying some foundational pieces. This is the foundation of what we know. It's best that we could capture it in these 5 hours. The next step will be to bring in the framework from the Institute of Government. We hope they will come in and provide a deeper dive into this part, the federal and state framework that we operate in. After that, Kim's office will probably provide a deeper dive as to the city of Durham. And then we're going to have our community come in and tell us what they're doing and how it all interacts. Knowledge to me is power. That's how I'm trained as a lawyer. And so we always look at issues, rules, then you have your analysis, and then you come up with your conclusions, the IRAC method. That's how I turn to train. So these are basically a lot of issues. We'll get to the rules. Then we'll have a point where we'll do some analysis and we'll be able to come up with some conclusions. So that's how I think about it. That's how I problem solve. That's how I run reorganization. And that's how I'm thinking about carrying us through this process for you to take the information that you have here and use it on how you see fit. If it doesn't work for you, I can't make it work. That's not my role. My role is to provide a picture and help us to get all the information we need for you to make your decision. And hopefully we will come up with some guiding principles. So that's basically how I am. How you use it as a decision maker is going to be totally up to you. You can ignore it, day. We'll be back. We're gonna get into the meat. We left the same way raw. Maybe had to come back in again to pull us back in, and eventually we got to a finished product. That's where we're going.